pharmaceutical or medical sector. And I really see that there are now a lot of greenfield investments coming to Germany because of the new opportunities which are related to the new possibility to use data and digital infrastructure in Germany.
Mr. Chancellor, we're coming towards the end, and maybe one last question. The motto which I presented this morning in my opening remarks for this meeting should be constructive optimism, or you would call it also pragmatic optimism. Now, could you summarize for us what makes you really optimistic for the future?
Democracy, the people, and the opportunities we have when we are very much sticking to using the opportunities of the future. If it is artificial intelligence, if it is quantum computing, the newest technologies we have in biology and other fields, or for medicine, there are a lot of opportunities. We should use them.
Let's face on the opportunities and not on the risks, which we also have to deal with, but I think the opportunities are our future. Thank you very much, Chancellor Scholz, and looking forward to seeing you.
Every morning.
And the first respondents who ran towards that danger, knowing that they could have been harmed. And the Home Secretary has announced an inquiry, but we've seen that sadly the issues of young children as young as 16, 15, what they are viewing online and the nature of the violence the nature of the violence that was used on Eliane Andam when she was tragically stabbed in Croydon on the 27th of September, the nature of the violence that Alex Rudikani used on these 3 girls. How would the Secretary of State ensure, the Home Secretary ensure, that the institutions which, if we're honest, have failed to see those warning signs will not fail in the future? What would the inquiry do differently so that we are not finding ourselves as a House coming back to recount dangerous tragedies again in the future?
My honourable friend is right to describe how every parent, every grandparent will have felt on hearing those awful descriptions that on that day in July, and also right to focus on what it is our young people, our children, are seeing online. And if we don't face up to this, the damage that we could be doing through generations is really disturbing and troubling. But that means that social media companies need to take responsibility. The Online Safety Act will bring stronger codes and requirements in, but they also need to take some responsibility instead of going backwards, which they are at the moment.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Home Secretary's statement, and my thoughts are with everybody involved. The list that she set out of the points of the agencies and institutions that could have intervened sooner is truly terrifying. So what reassurance can she give the House that this is a cross-government piece of work and that all agencies and institutions will be involved? And as and when the inquiry makes recommendations, which it will do hopefully on an interim basis, will she give some commitment that she will look carefully at them and implement them as soon as possible?
Home Secretary.
We'll certainly, of course, look at any recommendations that come from this inquiry because it is so important. We need it to look both at what went wrong in this case, and it's particularly about the interactions between different agencies. There were so many agencies involved, but as a network, they just failed both to identify the risk and to have sufficient action in place. Lancashire County Council have done a initial rapid review, and there has to be a statutory child safeguarding practice review, and of course there also has to be a coroner's inquiry as well. However, our view is exactly that. These are not sufficient because of that cross-agency examination you need to do about all of the things that have gone wrong in this case. We have to start from the dangers that were posed in Southport to those children in such a devastating way, and then see why did the system so badly fail to protect children against those dangers, rather than just every organisation working in its own silo and only doing their bit and then leaving children at risk.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for her statement and for announcing the setting up of the public inquiry. I want to remember Alice, Bibi and Elsie, their families and friends. I also want to remember the other victims of the attack and the first responders, some of whom have told me over the last 6 months their harrowing accounts of what they found at the Hearts base in Southport. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we in this House should recommit to the principle that nothing we say or do in this place or elsewhere could prejudice criminal proceedings or prevent justice being secured? And does she agree that to have done so in this case would have been an insult to the memories of Alice, Bibi and Elsie, an insult to their families and friends, and an insult to everyone in the community in Southport who were and remain so badly affected by what happened on the 29th of July last year?
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point, because the families and all the people of Southport, the people across the country, need truth, need answers about what happened and about what went so badly wrong in this case. And that is why the information is put before the trial. That is why the information is released after the trial. That is how the British justice system works. But crucially, at the heart of this, they have to have justice. There has to be an account for such a terrible, terrible, barbaric crime. And we, all of us, have to make sure that that justice is delivered, and rightly, because when lives have been lost in such a terrible way, justice is the minimum they deserve.
Sir David Davis.
I hope the Home Secretary will not take it as a discourtesy if I say to her that actually it should be the Prime Minister making this statement here today. I say that because this morning he said on television that singleton terrorist attacks were a very new occurrence. They're not. They've been going on for nearly a decade, many in London, one in the yard of this House of Commons, and of course one killed Sir David Amess, our colleague. And in that attack on Sir David Amess, the police declared it a terrorist incident the same day, without 3 prevent references, without ricin, without an Al-Qaeda manual. They declared it a terrorist event the same day. So we all wonder why this was not the case here, when there was such evidence. This is a clear mistake, is it not?
Home Secretary.
So the decision about the application of the Terrorism Act 2000 is one for the police and ultimately the CPS when they lay charges based on the operational information that they have. The prosecution will lay out more information that they put before sentencing that they would have put before the court on Tuesday had the information today. So we'd had the offender not pleaded guilty initially, and that is for them to decide. But the point the Prime Minister made this morning was that this was clearly a case where someone attempted to terrorise the community. That was clearly his intention, to kill those children and also to terrorise more widely. And that is why we have to ensure that even where there are cases where the police or the prosecutions say they have not been able to prove ideology, that we still have the right powers, the right sentencing, the right ability to respond with swiftness and seriousness to the kinds of cases we face. And that is why he has said that this needs to be reviewed. I referred to the independent reviewer of terrorism, powers looking at these issues. And it's also why we have this statement to the House and are making this inquiry, because where I would disagree with him when he said, well, we've had these cases for a long time, the thing we've seen in very recent years is this really big increase in youth violence and extremism on a really disturbing scale. And I do think that needs to be part of the inquiry as well.
Sean Davis.
Can I associate myself and my community with a statement from the Home Secretary on this tragic incident? Whether it be purchasing knives online or whether it be the sharing of these horrible videos celebrating violence and death, there's clearly a gap between the ability of the state to hold social media companies to account and also online retailers. What more can the government do, together with the intelligence services, to take robust action and hold to account these companies that are allowing this extremism, this violence, this horror to be present on their social media companies?
Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend raises a really important point. We are raising with the companies some of the particular dangerous material that this terrible offender accessed online, and the police and prosecution will say more about some of that material later this week. But he's also right to highlight the issue around online knife sales, because we know from the case of Ronan Kanda, who was so brutally murdered by a ninja sword, where the perpetrator was able to get that, just buy it online, just pick it up with no age checks at all. And in this case, for a 17-year-old to be able to just get the knife that he was able to use online from Amazon, that is just frankly shocking. Commander Stephen Clayman has been doing a review for us on online knife sales and on the kinds of checks that should be taking place, and we will, based on that review, be bringing forward new measures.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of Ukraine, please join me in welcoming back to Davos the President of Ukraine, Mr. Zelensky. I think you can hear from the warm applause that people are very much looking forward to hearing you speak, Mr. President, but also to greet you in the warmest way, welcoming you back to our annual meeting. We are really now approaching 3 years since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the largest European conflict since the Second World War. Nearly 1/5 of Ukraine's internationally recognized territory remains under occupation. The scale of human suffering since the 24th of February 2022 has been tragic. Almost 40% of your population requires humanitarian assistance. Millions face food insecurity. Deliberate attacks against your country's energy infrastructure expose Ukrainians to freezing temperatures. Attacks against civilian infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, have caused huge physical and mental harm on those that are most vulnerable. In the face of this tragedy, thanks for your leadership, Mr. President. You and your country remain steadfast. Your country remains firmly on the European path, having been granted EU candidate status. Mr. President, we truly hope that we will see the war come to an end in 2025 through a just and lasting peace that restores Ukraine's sovereignty. A peace that ensures future generations will never have to know the horrors of war. The world is eager to hear from you on what lies ahead for Ukraine in the coming year. Welcome back to Davos, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about the future of Europe with you, which basically means the future of most people here. Right now, all eyes are on Washington. But who's actually watching Europe at the moment? That's the key question for Europe, and it's not just about ideas, it's about people, first of all, about how they will live in a world that's constantly changing. 20 hours ago, President Trump's inauguration took place in Washington, and now everyone is waiting to see what he will do next. His first executive orders have already shown clear priorities. Most of the world's now thinking, so what's going to happen to their relationship with America? What will happen to alliances, to support, to trade? How does President Trump plan to end wars? But no one is asking these kinds of questions about Europe, and we need to be honest about that. When we in Europe look at the United States as our ally, it's clear they are an indispensable ally. In times of war, everyone worries, will the United States stay with them? And every ally worries about that. But does anyone in the United States worry that Europe might abandon them someday, might stop being their ally? The answer is no. Washington does not believe Europe can bring them something that is really substantial. And I remember last year's Asia Security Summit in Singapore, the Shangri-La dialogue, and their representatives of the United States delegation openly said their top security priority is the Indo-Pacific region, the second is the Middle East and the Gulf, and only the third is Europe. And that was under the previous administration? And will President Trump even notice Europe? Does he see NATO as necessary, and will he respect EU institutions? Ladies and gentlemen, Europe can't afford to be second or third in line for its allies. If that happens, the world will start moving forward without Europe. And that's a wall that will not be comfortable or beneficial for all Europeans. Europe needs to compete for the top spot in priorities, alliances and technological development. And we are at yet another turning point, which some see as a problem for Europe, but others call a chance. Europe must establish itself as a strong global player, as an indispensable player. Let's not forget, there is no ocean separating European countries from Russia. And the European leaders should remember these battles involving North Korean soldiers are now happening in places geographically closer to Davos than to Pyongyang. Russia is turning into a version of North Korea, a country where human life means nothing. But they have nuclear weapons and a burning desire to make their neighbors' lives miserable. Even though Russia's overall economic potential is way smaller than Europe's, it produces several times more armor and military equipment than all of Europe combined. And that's exactly the path of wars Moscow chooses to take. Putin signed the new strategic deal with Iran. He already had a comprehensive treaty with North Korea. Whom do they make such deals against? Against you, against us, against Europe, against America. We must not forget about it. It's not by chance. These are their strategic priorities, and our priorities must match the challenge in politics and in defense and in economy. Such threats can only be counted and only counted together. Even when it comes to army size, Russia can field about 1.3, maybe 1.5 million troops. We've got more than 800,000 in our military. Second after us comes France with over 200,000, then Germany, Italy and UK. Everyone else has less. This isn't a situation where one country can secure itself alone. It's about all of us standing together to mean something. For now, thankfully, the influence of Iran's regime is weakening. This gives hope for Syria and Lebanon, and they should too become examples of how life can recover after war. And Ukraine is already stepping in to support the new Syria. Our ministers have been to Damascus, and we've launched a food aid program for Syria called Food from Ukraine. And we are getting our partners involved to invest in these deliveries and in building food production facilities. And Europe could totally step in as a security donor for Syria. Time to stop getting headaches from that direction. And Europe, together with America, should put paid to the Iranian threat. Next, right now, it's not clear whether Europe will even have a seat at the table when the war against our country ends. And we see how much influence China has on Russia. And we are deeply grateful to Europe for all the support it's given our country during this war. But will President Trump listen to Europe? Or will he negotiate with Russia and China without Europe? Europe needs to learn how to fully take care of itself so that the world can't afford to ignore it. It's vital to maintain unity in Europe because the world because the world doesn't care about just Budapest or Brussels, it cares about Europe as a whole. And we need a united European security and defense policy, and all European countries must be willing to spend as much on security as it truly needed, not just as much as they have gotten used to during years of neglect. If it takes 5% of GDP to cover defense, then so be it. 5% it is. And there is no need to play with people's emotions that defense should be compensated at the expense of medicine or pensions or something else. That's really not fair. We have already set up models of cooperation for Ukraine's defense that can make all of Europe stronger. We are building drones together, including some totally unique ones that no one else in the world has. And we are producing artillery together and in Ukraine, and it's much cheaper and faster than in any other country in the world. And investing now in Ukrainian drones production is investing not only in security of Europe, but the ability of Europe to be a security guarantor for other vital regions. And we need to start building air defense systems together, ones that can actually handle all types of cruise and ballistic missiles. Europe needs its own version of the Iron Dome, something that can deal with any kind of threat. We can't rely on goodwill from a few capitals when it comes to Europe's security, and whether it's Washington, Berlin, Paris, London, Rome, or after Putin kicks the bucket, some imaginary democrat in Moscow someday. And we need to make sure no European country is dependent on a single energy supply, especially not Russia. Right now, things are on our side. President Trump is going to export more energy. But Europe needs to step up and do more long-term work to secure real energy independence. You can't keep buying gas from Moscow while also expecting security guarantees, help and backup from the Americans. That's just wrong. For example, the Prime Minister of Slovakia is not seeking access to the US gas, but does not lose hope to enjoy US security umbrella. And Europe must have a seat at the table when deals about war and peace are made. And I'm not just talking about Ukraine here. This should be the standard. Europe deserves to be more than just a bystander. With its leaders reduced to posting on X after an agreement has already been made. Europe needs to shape the terms of those deals. Next, we need a completely new, bolder approach to tech companies and technological development. If we waste time, Europe will lose this century. And now Europe is falling behind in the development of artificial intelligence. Already, TikTok's algorithms are more powerful than some governments. Already, the fate of small countries depends more on their owners of tech companies than on their laws. Already, Europe is not leading in the global tech race, falling behind both America and China. This isn't some minor issue. It's about weakness, first technological and economic, then political. And Europe is often more focused on regulation than on freedom, but when smart regulation is needed, Brussels hesitates. We should ensure maximum tech development in Europe and together make all significant decisions for the whole Europe. From weapons production to tech development, Europe must lead. And Europe must become the most attractive market in the world. And that's achievable. And finally, Europe must be able to guarantee peace. Peace and security for everybody, for itself, and for others, for those in the world who matter to Europe. Europe deserves to be strong, and for this Europe needs the EU and NATO. Is this possible without Ukraine and without a just end to Russia's war against Ukraine? I'm certain the answer is no. Only real security guarantees for us will serve as real security guarantees for everyone in Europe. And we must ensure that America also sees us as essential. For that to happen, America's focus must shift to Europe so that one day in Washington they will say, all eyes on Europe, and not because of war, but because of the opportunities in Europe. Europe needs to know how to defend itself. Hundreds of millions of people with Europe to see its landmarks, to learn from its cultural heritage. Millions in the world dream of living like the Europeans do, and will we be able to keep it and pass it to our children? If we in Europe can answer positively, America will need Europe as well as other global players. Europe must shape history for itself and its allies to remain not just relevant, but alive and great. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Will you speak in English or in Ukrainian?
Oh, if I can Ukrainian, if I can use Ukrainian, it's good.
Your English is also becoming so good, huh?
My Ukrainian is better.
My Norwegian too.
If you want to hear how it sounds.
We're all in your hands.
Thank you so much. Yes.
So I'm asking the question. So there is a headset. So give people time to take it on because they shouldn't miss any of the nuances in your answers.
Thank you so much. How many questions you have?
Depends on how long your answers are. We have a backup.
You have only one question?
Oh no, I have a few.
Okay.
You know, the war has almost gone on for 3 years now, and you know, it's incredible how you are holding up. But of course, the pressure has also increased, as you said, from Russia and their allies. I think we're all also wondering how your latest military strategy is, and also how the current state of hostilities are. You last summer decided to do the incursion of Kursk, the first time since the Second World War another country have taken a piece of Russia, but at the same time we know that Russia is pushing very hard in Donbass. So what is the current state of hostilities, and what is this part of the strategy that you can share with us here today?
That's really not a simple question.
No.
If I'll answer with all the details, maybe it will be only one question. It's really. But okay.
Thank you. Thank you for this question. First and foremost, I'd like to say that we are still in the Kursk region and our military is there. The Russian Federation lacked forces to push us out of there. Today they have more than 60,000 troops there, the Russian military, on that particular axis. Apart from that, there have been 12,000 North Koreans, 4,000 of whom have died. And That was Putin's strategy to drag one more country into war. I'll be frank, I did not. He signed something with Iran, and we did not, for the moment, find anything prescribed in there that can drag Iran into war. But at the same time, I sincerely believe that Iran has been dragged into this war, since they've started to hit our infrastructure, our hospitals, schools, with their long-range drones. And they have also issued licenses to produce those drones in the territory of Russia. So I'm very grateful to our military that they are on the Kursk axis and that they have dragged some of Russian forces from the east to that axis. And also Russia wanted to occupy the city of Kharkiv. And that region is at the moment under our control. The people are living there. It was very dangerous, the occupation of Kharkiv, because now approximately 1.5 million people live there. That is a lot of people, and they are shelling it. And the people there, when you look at them, it's just admiration, because they work there under shellings. You know, they are working. They do not leave their city. They are very patriotic, very strong. We are very grateful to them. So the Kharkiv operation failed, Putin's operation. We managed to stop them. Then he wanted to occupy territories in the north again. He started the invasion from the north, invasion to Kiev, almost 3 years ago, as you have mentioned. And here he wanted to start with the north again and to capture a big city of Sumy. And then we were forced to deliver a preventive blow on the Kursk axis, and we have created a buffer zone between the Russian forces and our city of Sumy. And that is why now Sumy is under our control. In the north, there are no Russian and North Korean troops. They are all pulled to that magnet to our military on the Kursk axis. In the east, we have a difficult situation. There is the biggest quantity of Russian forces, maybe the most well-trained. They are on the east. They are pushing on a daily basis. You know that we had a big problem with at first was the delay in the Congress voting for the support, then the supply was low on, and even the last year supplies, they are still on the go, I'll be frank with you. Yes, our guys are fighting, yes, everything is very uneasy there. On the other axes, the Russians have failed. What is the strategy? What is the strategy?
Yes. From here.
The strategy is that we must approach any sort of diplomacy that will lead, and I'm sure of that, to the end of the war. The issue is what this diplomacy will look like. If it is strong, and after this diplomacy and the negotiations, Ukraine has strong security guarantees that will prevent Putin from coming back with war again, then it will be a lasting, just, strong peace for Ukraine, for Europe, as I have said it, and to be honest, for America as well, for the whole world. But if the security guarantees are weak, if there is uncertainty and only words, then you will get from Russia also only words, and they will again come back with war.
Mr. President, in your speech, you were underlining that Ukraine is also playing a role as a kind of a bulwark against Russia for the rest of Europe, and especially in some former East European countries, there is, of course, a lot of concerns for the future, taken into account what has unfolded in Ukraine. And you argued that for Europe, this should be the first priority. Then you said, for America, of course, they have a transatlantic ocean between themselves and Russia, But at the same time, we know, and you know, that American support is also needed, since they have half of the military capabilities of the world, so still a superpower. And I think we're all reflecting now on what will happen in Washington, D.C. In the coming weeks. You met Trump many times. It seems that you've established also a relatively good personal chemistry. But what do you think will happen in the coming year? Is there, because every war has to end, so now we're talking about the premises for deal. It has to be also future security for Ukraine and no new wars. So, a question, you think you are in a manageable situation now in the coming months, also with the new Trump administration?
Thank you for the question. First and foremost, I would very much want that everybody understands where we and Russia have been in 2022, where we and Russia and America and Europe are now. It seems to me that this technical data is important to understand how and which support, how and what it influences, and what are the risks for everybody else. If we recall the full-scale invasion by Russian Federation in 2022, then we absolutely know that the Russian military contingent constituted around 200,000 personnel. They have come from the north with this contingent, with missiles, from the south, from the east, yes, but they had around estimation 200,000 plus the separatists that have and unfortunately still now control parts of the east, I mean regions Donetsk and Luhansk, the parts of these regions that they control. It was very difficult for us without anybody's help, and I am very much grateful that America and Europe have then stepped in. But you must know that as of now 600,000, and to be precise 100,000 Russian military troops are on the territory of Ukraine. So that is 3 times multiplied than the contingent that invaded us in the beginning of 2022. So if somebody says that there is enough of aid, please compare what was back then and what is going on now. Back then, America's aid was around 90%. Now, what our military has on the battlefield is 40% of Ukrainian-made supplies, 40% of the US, and around, so a bit more than 1/3 of the US, and a bit less than the US is Europe, and around 40% is Ukraine. So that is what we have now, and that is a huge difference. And when somebody is saying, how are you holding on? We hold on because of the serious increase of domestic production, and increase in production in Europe, and also increase in production in the United States of America. But that is not sufficient, because we have multiplied our increases. Europe did not follow such tempo, and I have underscored it in the speech. So it is very important to understand where we are, how to hold on without aid, and what Putin will do. Now look what he can do if there are no clear, strong security guarantees. He increased his production by multiple times as well. And I have given this example. He has more than 30 factories in military sector. Europe has 45, but he is producing almost 2 times more than Europe. So you understand that he is investing everything. He is investing everything into it. But Europe is not investing sufficiently. And that is also a fact. Despite the fact that Europe has more technological capabilities, that is not taken into account the United States. And when you don't have the strong security guarantees and the volumes of the aid decrease, we will be forced to count only on ourselves and Europe, and that is not enough. That is not enough. It's needed that Europe and US be in alliance. If he, Putin, increased his military grouping to more than 600,000 troops, how do you think, if there are no strong security guarantees, no NATO, no military contingent deployed, no long-range weaponry, no weapons on the territory of Ukraine, how do you think, if Putin comes back, he will definitely come back with the army 10 times more than the grouping he had in the very beginning of 2022, because it is already almost 4.5 times more than it was. And when he comes back with this grouping, why will he come back? For the full occupation of the countries that are former republics of the USSR, that is number one, and then he will do what he has done with our Crimea. He will be coming to other EU and NATO countries to stand there, to do these or certain, to issue these or those ultimatums, to make demands to the countries. Somebody will have to leave NATO, our Baltic friends, Finland, Sweden. He will be bringing us and you, everybody, to the world that lives in his head. This is what will be happening in case there are no strong security guarantees. One of the important questions that Putin will pose, and we will all see it, is to decrease the numbers of Ukrainian military by many times. You will all see that, because this is absolutely understandable. If we manage to make army 800,000 troops plus, it's understandable that we plus Europe, we are an army that is capable not only to withstand and to defend our borders. That is the army that is capable of repelling Putin. And he understands that. And the fastest way is to push the United States that Ukraine is on the US, that Ukraine is not in NATO, and to push all the other allies that they push Ukraine, for Ukraine to decrease the army. This is what will happen. This is what he wants. I mean, this will not happen. We will not allow him to do that, but he will try to do that. And it seems to me the main strategy now with President Trump is that we really have good relations with him. But we nowadays have pragmatic times, and for us it is very important that excessive voices that are sometimes around President Trump delivering disinformation or pro-Russian messages, for us it is very important that Europe is loud, so that there are more voices around Trump, so that he clearly understands the details and the risks. Risks that can be in the future, and very fast. Trump, he told me, and he later publicly stated it, he will be doing everything to end the war this year. And I told him that we are your partner. We have this war in our territory. We know all the painful points. We understand how painful it is for us. We have lost our people. That is the biggest loss for us. We want to end the war this year. But not only with the word rapidly, but justly, first and foremost, in a reliable manner, for Ukrainians to come back home, to live in security, to work. And it seems to me that this is the most important thing. At least we'll be doing everything for it.
Mr. President, I just don't think there is a lot more to add.
So it was not interesting, you see?
I was coming to that in the next sentence. I felt that the last piece was historic. I think you sent a historic reminder to all of us what is at stake. And I was thinking about what Winston Churchill once said, that the farther backward you can look, the farther forward we're likely to see. And I think if you have seen something in the past, you have a special responsibility for not repeating it in the future. And I think you feel here that there is a lot of support for you and your country in Davos. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have to look at the second-order issues. We're still staying too high up, I think. And one of the problems that I think we need to confront is that there has been elements of tokenism and virtue signaling in the way we've approached this. 2020, on the eve of Davos, I wrote an op-ed over here. The title was, "Why Too Much Virtue Signaling Might Hamper Stakeholder Capitalism." And if you look at, so for example, the percentage of women on boards, which, by the way, I think the 30% club in the UK was a huge achievement without regulations, entirely done voluntarily. Right. Then it went from 30 to 40 to, I don't know what the percentage is right now. And I looked at what is the percentage of women in the C-suite, in the executive. And then I looked at the gap between the board and the exco. You could, in fact, create a virtue signaling index around the world. And the countries with the widest gap are the ones that you could argue they've tried to parachute in people from the top, as opposed to really build an inclusive culture from the bottom. So if you look at Singapore or Thailand and some countries in Asia, they don't have as many women on boards, but you can see a very rapid ascent through the ranks in the executive sessions, the executive rooms, whereas in a place like Canada, it's exactly the other way around. So we need to ponder and really have a think about the extent to which capital markets, some of the ESG scores are very reductionist. They look for a single score. And then within organizations, it becomes adopted by HR and compliance as a compliance issue, and all of a sudden you've defenestrated the manager who could have perhaps taken ownership of something like this. So we really need to look at that second order effect and see what's going on. Coming to Bangladesh and to government now, there is a role for government to signal very clearly that we want the gender lens or inclusion lens to permeate through some of the major processes of government. So for example, I think we and others do, when the budgeting exercise takes place across ministries, there is a horizontal look to see what the gender lens is of that budget. The reforms initiative that the interim government is doing in Bangladesh right now, there's a specific commission that's looking at parliament, constitution, elections. There is one on women's affairs that cuts across horizontally to make sure that the gender lens is represented over there. So you really need...
My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, that is truly the singular purpose of our lives. It's the most important priority. It's the only thing that will matter when we take our last breath on this earth. But this is an extraordinary opportunity that would not have been possible without God's blessings. I'm honored and I'm privileged, cognizant of responsibility, and I want to thank President Trump for his confidence. We will work hard every second of the day to help him achieve the agenda the American people have given him to achieve. Thank you. Thanks for being a part of this today. God bless all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Bye, y'all. Thank you. We'll talk more soon.
I think this is an interesting observation, that are you building from the ground, which is probably a more sustainable solution to make sure that you're grooming and nurturing. And I do agree that women have a responsibility to help women. There was a time when I think women felt very intimidated to help women when there were so few women. And then it became kind of a very vicious cycle around that. So grooming from the beginning, sponsors, mentors, providing support during different times in one's career, and making sure that just because you do a lateral move for a couple of years doesn't mean you can't get back in. And that's where I think career planning and making sure we understand that it's kind of a two-way street. Organization, companies have to help. The staff member or the person themselves has to also sort of feel where do they want to go. And I find many women I mentor often sort of say, oh, I don't know, I'm not thinking about my career. And I always say, please do. I was in your shoes once, and I kind of said the same thing. And it was other people thinking of my career. And then I realized, actually, I have to think about my career. So I think that's a very good point. I do think that it is different in different settings, though. The world that I work in has much more fundamental issues, and maybe that's why they feel 2015. Because we are looking at just social norms that are very, very hard to crack and to change. or we're looking for just such inequality that it's very, very fundamental that we work on those before we can see what we need to see. Under our gender strategy, there's a 6th focus area that we're still working on, and we haven't been able to exactly articulate what it's going to focus and be about. And it's actually to develop female leadership in the developing world. And I think this is very interesting because we're doing a lot of consultations around this and we're getting a lot of really interesting input. But it's clear that there's no one track that you can use. So I think we need to continue to focus on this. We need to always come back to the fact that it's not why, it's the how. And we need to keep learning from good examples, but also recognizing that different settings require also a little bit of understanding of local context, because if we lose that, I think you cannot just fly in solutions. I also find that's not helpful. But I think it's inspiring to hear companies or countries that say, we didn't have to do much, it just happened. Well, why did it just happen? Because the evidence was there. All of a sudden, the decisions were better, profitability went up, shareholder value. What happened? How did that happen? And then you go back and look. So not a very straight answer, except to say, let's learn from each other and let's not abandon this topic. We will have to probably come back to it because it's not going to be fixed overnight.
Oh, I look forward to next WEF. We do have time to ask some audience questions, so just an ask from our audience, if you have a question, to please raise your hand. I'm turning back to you, Catherine. Do you think we'll see a divergence between the West or the US and populous countries, that there is this backlash from the rest of the world? Is that an opportunity, perhaps?
Well, I get out of bed every morning thinking I'm an optimist. So I have to say, I think it's a massive opportunity. What's been quite interesting, actually, about the broader sort of ESG debate, which is something that I'm deeply passionate about from an investing perspective, and the conversations I've been having this week, particularly in light of the inauguration. We'll have the time to address the real issue and to put an end for this conflict that's been there for decades.
Do you think, and do you see a role now in the reconstruction of Gaza for the PA in Ramallah taking on a role?
Look, of course, you know, there are a lot of talks and a lot of conversations about the day after in Gaza and the reconstruction and what will happen next. I believe, you know, this question primarily needs to be answered by the Palestinian people and what they will agree on. I don't see that there is any country in position to dictate anything on them, on the way that they will be governed. We hope to see the PA back in Gaza. We hope to see them, to see a government that will really address the issues of the people over there. And there are a lot, and there is a long way to go with Gaza and the destruction. Look, what we have seen in the images in the press and the news for the last 15 months didn't make justice for the real situation over there. And now we will start to see what's real catastrophe it left behind it.
A lot of changes in a very short time in the Middle East. So there is a new president in Lebanon, there's a new prime minister. Assad is gone, he's now in Moscow. The new foreign minister of Syria is on his way here to Davos. He couldn't make this panel, but he's going to participate in other panels. And also we see that the situation in Iran is also changing. So, and then we have a new president in the US with his inaugural address yesterday, and also with his clear views on the region. So where do you see the Middle East in the year, and also then with this new administration in the US?
Well, it's, you know, when I started with, you know, we are hopeful about this deal in Gaza that will lead to a ceasefire. There are a lot of, you know, good news that happened despite all the crises that we've been through in the last year. Lebanon have a president. Syria, we have seen an end of a brutal regime that killed and displaced his people for the last 13 years. We have seen a ceasefire in Gaza that we hope that it will last and will become a permanent ceasefire and hopefully to lead to a solution to the conflict. There are a lot of good things happening that we need to build upon. Now, of course, with the new president in the United States, he's not stranger to the Middle East. He's been a president from 2016 to 21. We believe there are a lot of good opportunities that we can work together and collaborate with him in order to exploit and to make the Middle East a stable region. We have seen some movements, and also we have seen them in motion actually when during the negotiations in the last 2 days, Steve Witkoff, the presidential envoy for the Middle East, made a big difference. And I've seen a real partner in him that we got it together to cross the finish line.
He even put Netanyahu under pressure, didn't he?
Well, it's the job of the mediator to put every party in the pressure to end this conflict. And we have seen that this is bringing results and bringing a real outcome. Now, when it comes to what we are seeing from President Trump, you know, the whole notion of making America great again is something very important, and we believe that also we want to see the Middle East great again. We want to see a leadership that's happening in the Middle East taking over and addressing its own conflicts and hopefully coming up with solutions. We have seen a greater collaboration throughout the last year between all other Middle Eastern partners in order to find solutions, whether when it comes to the issue in Gaza or the issue in Syria. And we hope to see Europe great again and the whole world is greater again.
Thank you for mentioning that. I was just waiting for that. Inshallah. Making Europe great again. I think we're on it. You heard President von der Leyen earlier today. You just came from Damascus, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to use that also, of course, as a segue to Prince Faisal, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But what are you more convinced about their commitment to be inclusive and on the path of something that can be good after your visit?
Well, as I mentioned, first to see an end of a brutal regime that killed and committed war crimes against his own people is a good news. Yet it's a transition period and still a long way to go towards stability. But we have hope. We have faith in the Syrian people. Syrian people are very productive, very active, very innovative. We have seen them in the diaspora. We have seen them as refugees, started as refugees, and they became a vital elements in different economies. They are engineers, doctors, businessmen, and very successful ones. And we see that this is if things will come together without any spoilers, and the new administration in Syria will also engage with everyone inclusively. And what we have heard actually from Damascus is very promising. And we are hope that will take them from, you know, all the pains of the civil war in the last 13 years to a new chapter for Syria, where Syria is a stable country, very productive, and also a core of stability in the entire region.
Prince Faisal, I think the new Syrian leader, his first international visit was to Riyadh, meeting with His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, with yourself.
You mean Al-Shayba, the foreign minister?
Yeah, foreign minister was it? Yeah, sorry. Yeah. And how did that go? And what is your take, if I repeat the same question as I had to Sheikh Mohammed? Are you, of course, we are all in the real political world here, but are you cautiously optimistic, or is that going too far?
No, I would certainly say I'm cautiously optimistic. I may even lean further because of some of the elements that Sheikh Mohammed mentioned. You have, first of all, an administration that is saying the right things in private and in public, doing a lot of the right things. But also you have a Syrian people that is incredibly capable and is incredibly resourceful. that allows an opportunity to really take Syria in a very positive direction. I think we have to engage, we have to show some patience with the administration in Damascus. I think we all have to put out a helping hand, because the reality is that they have inherited a broken country with no real institutions, and they're having to build all of that from scratch. And that's not an easy thing, especially since probably they were not expecting to be where they are now. So it's up to us, I feel, in the region first, but certainly the international community as a whole, to engage, to come and build on this positive development and help Syria and the Syrian people see a much better future. And I think with the attitude that we've seen from the new administration, both during the visit, the bilateral visit that the minister had, but also in the conference that we hosted with a number of Arab countries and the Friends of Syria and the international community, we saw a very, very keen desire by the administration in Damascus to engage with the partners in the region, with the international community, also to engage in a way that is very responsive. So, they are very open to hearing comments and, working with the international community to move in the right direction. And here, as I said, we need to engage, we need to show some patience, and we need to be helpful. One way we can be helpful, of course, is the issue of sanctions, because there is a huge burden of sanctions that was imposed on Syria because of the actions of the previous regime. I think we've heard already some waivers from the US, from Europe. Certainly I feel more needs to be done, because as I mentioned, you have a country that is really broken and that needs to be lifted up. And there are going to be difficulties, and the more we engage early and the more we are helpful early, the more I think this transition can be effective and can be reasonably inclusive.
How do you look at the situation in Lebanon? We know that in the past, Saudi Arabia was a big investor in Lebanon, and I think Saudi Arabia then pulled out because it was disappointed. How do you read the new situation in Beirut? Is that with more optimism too? Is the kingdom already ready to play a more of a role, or is that premature?
Certainly we see the election of a president after a very lengthy vacuum as extremely positive. We also see the possible forming of a government. We hope the Lebanese will decide on that in the not too distant future as additionally positive. We will need to see real action. We will need to see real reform. We will need to see a commitment to a Lebanon that is looking to the future, not to the past, in order for us to raise our engagement. I plan to be visiting Lebanon this week, and I think based on what I hear there and what we see, I think that will inform the kingdom's approach. But I have to say, what I've seen so far and the conversations that we've been hearing happening in Lebanon all allow me to be very much optimistic. What I hope, and we've always said, it's really up to the Lebanese to decide and to make the choices to go and to take Lebanon in a different direction. That's kind of what we're hearing, and I hope that that translates into something tangible and ongoing.
Looking at the biggest risk in the region that also have geopolitical dimensions, because even in a very difficult geopolitical situation, we still have pretty good global growth expected this year and next year. It's not like it used to be the trend growth close to 4%, but we are more than 3%, and the outlook we have for the GCC countries is pretty optimistic. What can really change this is a full-fledged war between Israel and Iran. And we were probably closer to that in the fall. But you also have a new administration now in the US. Is that the thing, one of the things that keep you most up at night? I know you have good nerves, so you probably sleep well, but how do you see that unfold? Well, what are the risk factors?
I mean, we are certainly in a region that is abundant with risk factors, but we are also in a region that has huge potential. And I would say that even with a very difficult year behind us, we have shown that we can be resilient as a region, and we can actually look to the future. Whether it's the kingdom, the GCC countries, and their ability to stay on track with their economic agendas, but also, as we see now, Syria, as we see now, Lebanon, as we see now, possibly in Gaza, there is positivity there. Are there risks? Certainly. Obviously, a war between Iran and Israel, any war in our region, is something that we should try to avoid as much as possible. I don't see the incoming US administration as contributory to the risk of war. On the contrary, I think President Trump has been quite clear that he does not favor conflict. I hope that the approach will be met also on the Iranian side by addressing the issue of the nuclear program, by being willing to engage with the incoming administration in a way that can help us stay on track with this positive momentum. We have been, between the kingdom and Iran, for instance, able to really move forward in our relationship. And I think certainly on the kingdom side, we are committed to continuing that. And the opportunity to turn a page exists in the whole region. And just to focus on economic growth, on prosperity, on cooperation, all of that can be a reality. So I choose to be optimistic.
How do you think they feel in Tehran, though, after what unfolded in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria?
I don't know. I hope they are, at least as we are, committed to a future that is focused on cooperation. And here, what happened in Gaza, the ceasefire, I think they have to be positive on that, because it means that there's an end to the killing and the suffering of the civilians in Gaza. The border region, the issue is really, can we build a region based on cooperation, based on integration? I think we can. I hope the Iranians think so as well. And we're ready to do that.
And we will hear more about that too, because we do have Vice President Javad Zarif with us in Davos. There will be a one-on-one with him later on. We also know that Africa is playing more and more important role. And we do have Yusuf Tugar, the Foreign Minister of Nigeria, with us also this year. Thank you for coming back. You were on the panel last year too. And today, it's easy to look at Africa either like glass half empty or half full. So there are regions and countries where you see investments and prosperity. Then you see also other areas that there is war and despair, and also increasingly also proxy wars. So seen from Nigeria, that together with South Africa are kind of the superpowers of the continent, where do you see the path moving forward? How to, again, get most of Africa on a track for growth and inclusion based on the African Free Trade, Continental Free Trade Agreement, and how to solve all these unfolding wars in Sudan, Somalia. I can make the list even longer. And also, of course, in the Sahel region that is much closer to you and where you're very much affected.
Well, thank you very much. Good to be back. I think the path forward has clearly been shown by what transpired in the ceasefire agreement, the negotiations between Israel and Hamas, and the guarantors, Qatar, Egypt, the US. I remember last year on this stage, I talked about the need for more diplomacy, for diplomacy to be allowed space, for interlocutors to be allowed to engage. I gave an example of how during the Cold War we had these neutral countries that provided the grounds for such engagement between actors. So you can see what can be achieved. In the same vein, this can be applied to Africa, where we have these conflicts that you described. I think you left out Libya, which is very key. And for us, I think it's important also to, for the world to be reminded that it's important that we manage liminal moments responsibly and talk to each other, because part of what we're facing today is the fallout of, I would say, the mismanagement of the liminal moment that came at the end of the Cold War, where certain theories that were incubated not so well in think tanks were applied to real-life situations. Case in point, democratic peace thesis. Clearly, it's been shown to have failed. It was a misreading of Immanuel Kant, because it was a democratic peace thesis trying to make others in your own image that brought about Iraq, that brought about Libya, that we in my region in West Africa having to contend with. So we have a situation now where we have securitization in the Sahel, in an area where life depends on movement. We have seasonal migration. In an effort to restrict migration northwards, seasonal migration was stifled. So it became a life and death situation. And then there are certain actors there that are irredentis. They were empowered. And such irredentis groups clearly come into conflict with people that have been trained all their adult lives to protect the integrity of their countries, soldiers. So this is part of the reason why we're having to contend with unconstitutional changes of government. So you can see how, and then of course the weapons pouring in from Libya, fighters, then we've got Sudan to contend with, and so it goes. So there's a need, the same way that regional and major powers got together to bring about, at least, even if it's temporary, some sort of suspension of hostilities in Gaza. I think that provides some kind of model. It provides hope. We need to fix Libya so that we fix the fastest growing part of the world. We're going to contribute more in terms of population than any other region in the world. So these are some of the things that we need to. And then, of course, we will always go back to the global financial architecture. There was a reason why G20 all of a sudden became very powerful. It followed the 2008 global financial meltdown, and which necessitated the need to reach out more to developing countries. G7 couldn't do it alone. And then all of a sudden, so we need to collaborate more between the global north and global south, make it more inclusive, make it more democratic. And then you also talk about the political structuring as well, which I've talked about here, which is the reform of the UN Security Council.
Thank you very much. Alina Valtonen, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland. The war in Ukraine is coming very shortly to 3 years. It is the war in Europe where most people have lost their lives since the Second World War. President Zelensky just spoke here in Davos. And where do you think there will be a peace agreement this year?
I'm pretty sure there will be a peace agreement this year. I was in Kiev just a week before last, and I must say that nobody wants and deserves peace more than Ukraine and, of course, the Ukrainian children. I visited the children's hospital. The issue has been so far in the past 3 years, but I would say in the past more than 10 years, it's been Russia who has not wanted to have peace, because otherwise, clearly, they would not have invaded a neighboring country, not have blatantly violated international law, the UN Charter. now it's definitely time for peace in Europe, and we just so hope that Russia goes back to adhering to the treaties it has itself been signing and, of course, designing in the past. And I do hope that in so many ways, well, I think also the ceasefire in Gaza gives a lot of hope in this regard. Because at the end of the day, what we need is stability, and the reason we need also international law is that people have something to cling to, something to build their future onwards on, and therefore it's extremely important that we keep on respecting multilateralism.
What is at stake? President Zelensky just said that when Putin started the invasion, he had 200 soldiers involved. Now there are 600 Russian and other soldiers in the occupied territories. What is at stake? What is also at stake for your country and for Europe? Are you sure that the Ukrainians will be able to hold up in this situation, and also with the new geopolitical realities that we are faced with now?
I think the Ukrainians have done a tremendous job. Of course, nobody wanted to have 3 years of war, but the reason there has been a war in the first place is because of Putin's Russia, and Ukrainians have been able to defend themselves, yes, with the help of many other countries as well who have the right to do so according to the UN Charter. So Putin probably thought that they would take Kiev in a couple of days, and that didn't work out. But I must say, since also my dear Nigerian colleague, and I think this is like a repeat from last year, but what comes to neutrality, I mean, if we look at different conflicts around the world, and especially the one in the war that Russia is waging against Ukraine, I mean, Ukraine was neutral before this, right? And also during the Cold War, there were so many neutral countries, or there were so many countries behind the Iron Curtain in Europe where the people really wanted to be someplace else. They wanted to have freedom. They exactly want to have democracy, and certainly be part of the prospering world. Like we see now, fantastic results, especially in the past 10, 15 years across the globe. And they are fully agree that we need more cooperation, also more investment, especially more trade across, to Africa as well, and between the global north and south anyway. But the point is that we let people to choose. And certainly neutrality, if you're a neighbor of Russia, often seems to lead to the fact that you are taking away the right to choose. And there, I think we have a global obligation to defend people, the civilians also in this matter. And that's what the international law and the treaties are for.
Thank you. We have 3.5 minutes left. That is for the Spanish Foreign Minister, José Manuel Bueno. I know you also just returned from Lebanon and Syria. So what will you say to Dr. Faisal that is heading to Lebanon, and what was your take on Syria? Are you more optimistic after you visited Syria, and what is your read on the situation in Lebanon?
I think we have a real chance for peace, for stability, and in the future for prosperity for the people of Lebanon and Syria. In both places, I think we must back peace and stability. We are doing it very heavily. Spain in UNIFIL, we have the lead of the UNIFIL troops with our Spanish general. We are helping the Lebanese armed forces to strengthen, to move to the south, to guarantee the sovereignty of Lebanon, also the security of the Israeli people that live in the north, and the same thing with Syria. I think if we help them, we have a real chance to give stability and to give a future to a country that 90% of the people live under the threshold of poverty. The second thing, in both places we have a very complex society. And from where I talk with the new president of Lebanon, the new prime minister, also with the new leadership in Syria, all of them are ready to have an inclusive future for everyone in the Lebanese society and in the Syrian society. And this is a real wealth in the Middle East that shows that there is a future of coexistence. And at the same time, the needs are huge in both countries for the governments. I mean, the challenges they are facing are massive. And in order to do that, we have to help them. And that's why we have committed our humanitarian aid, both to Lebanon and to Syria. I've been very pleased that right after me, the European Commissioner, backed by Ursula von der Leyen, did the same thing, both in Lebanon and in Syria, because if the governments don't show the people the benefits of this new stage, there is no way back. And of course, I appeal to Israel to withdraw from both Syria and Lebanon. That will give back the sovereignty, and that will guarantee stability and therefore peace for everyone. Certainly, Spain will be helping in all that, and our voice in Brussels will push European Union to go in that sense.
Well, thank you very much. I wish we had at least half an hour more, but you should always end, I'm told, when people want the panel to continue. That's not always the case, but for me, at least, that's my feeling after this panel. Big thank you to all of you. And for those that are very interested to hear more, there's one-on-one with Sheikh Mohammed a little bit later, and now some of us will also go to another meeting about the Middle East.
If they decided that it's all over the why they did
But through the collective actions of a number of institutions like the G20, as well as various multilateral organizations such as the United Nations, the World Trade Organizations, the World Health Organizations, financial institutions of the world, some of which should be reformed and be made more representative and responsive to the needs of the citizens of the world. We will seek to get the G20 to focus more on how we can enhance solidarity through collective efforts to ensure that in the pursuit of progress in the world, and progress for all, no person and no country should be left behind. The rights and freedoms of one people cannot really be separated from the rights and freedoms of all people in the world. This is the foundation on which solidarity is built, and we will seek to spread this message and get it fully embraced by the G20. One of the greatest impediments to growth, to development, and to stability is the persistence of inequality within and between nations. The pursuit of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal on reducing inequality is as much an economic imperative as it is a social imperative. As the G20, we need deliberate as well as coordinated efforts to focus on inclusive growth based on responsive trade and investment to grow the incomes of poor countries and the poorest in society, and to ensure equal access to opportunities, especially to women and young people in the world who are the most badly affected by lack of progress. For nations to flourish, equality and prosperity must be available to everyone, regardless of gender, of race, religious belief, or economic status. In addition to huge gaps in economic capabilities and levels of human development, countries in the global south face a lack of predictable financing development, as well as climate change. They also face high levels of debt, and they are vulnerable to pandemics. Debt sustainability for low-income countries is one of the 4 priorities of South Africa's G20 presidency. In the world we inhabit today, the pursuit of equality and the practice of solidarity cannot be separated from sustainable development. We need to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It is therefore in the interest of all countries that they should act together and act with greater urgency to reduce global emissions, and for industrialized countries to support the climate actions that poorer countries or nations must necessarily take in line with the support of the decisions of the UN climate change summits, right from COP that was held in Paris, right through to the recent one. Another of South Africa's priorities for its G20 presidency is therefore to finance and to mobilize the just energy transition, to mobilize finance, that is. We will seek agreement on increasing the quality and quantity of climate finance flows to developing economies, as agreed at the various UN climate summits. We will continue to call on global financial institutions on the redirection of special drawing rights which are left unused to a large extent. It is simply, in our view, not fair that over 60% of special drawing rights go to a handful of wealthy countries. And these drawing rights should be redirected to enable countries in Africa and other parts of the global south to realize their developmental aspirations, to enable them to invest in infrastructure, in industrial development, in education, in training, and in healthcare.
Share the podium with my friend Tom
We
Cotton.
need
Congratulations also to both of you, your positions on this committee. It is truly an honor to be here to introduce someone who I admire greatly. The job she has been selected to carry out for President Trump is not an easy one, but it is extremely important. In its early formation, it was believed that the United Nations required U.S. leadership in both its creation and in the actual business of the organization to prevent conflict and to advance freedom. But lately, when many of us look at the United Nations, this body that is meant to advance values of peace and freedom and human dignity, we don't see those American values reflected. We see rampant anti-Semitism against the world's only Jewish state as it faces attacks from all directions. We see oppression and aggressive autocrats celebrated and elevated to leadership positions. We see China, Russia, and Iran empowered at this organization to advance their values, not the values of peace and freedom that Americans stand for. It is clear that the need to reestablish U.S. leadership at this broken institution, that we need to do that. I cannot think of anyone more qualified or more ready to fulfill that role than my friend, Elise Stefanik. I've known Elise for several years during her career in public service, and I am excited to highlight her qualifications for this important role for which she has been nominated. As a member of the House of Representatives, she has shown remarkable leadership. As a member of both the Armed Services and Intelligence Committee, she's shown an exceptional command of national security issues. Elise understands the dangerous world and the growing threats that our country faces, and she has the strength and the skill to reassert U.S. leadership on the world stage, a world stage that needs moral clarity and leadership now more than ever. Elise has shown that moral clarity by exposing She has shown her moral clarity by exposing anti-Semitism on our college campuses. She has shown that moral clarity by posting on social media every single day about the innocent hostages taken by Hamas during the horrific attacks of October the 7th, more than 450 days later. The United Nations is a tough place. Well, Elise is from New York, but Elise has never backed down from a challenge. At the time of her first congressional election, she was the youngest woman ever elected to the Congress in the United States history. She went on to become the youngest woman ever to serve in elected House leadership. And she will confidently and skillfully execute for President Trump and for all of the American people at the United Nations. Additionally, on a personal level, Elise is a good mother. You can see her son, Sam, back here, and she's such a good mother that they have Legos on the hold, ready to go. A great wife, a great daughter, and a wonderful friend. Her steady hand and genuine caring nature, combined with her fierce intellect, will bring exactly that person that President Trump and our nation needs at the United Nations. I look forward to voting to support her when I have the chance, and I thank all of you for the opportunity to have her before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capito. Well said. Senator Cotton.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Shaheen, colleagues, it's my honor to join Senator Capito today in introducing my friend and colleague, Elise Stefanik, as the nominee for Ambassador to the United Nations. Elise has an outstanding record of fighting for America's interests at home and abroad, and I urge members of this committee to confirm her swiftly and hopefully unanimously. The United Nations today has many problems. Chief among them are communist Chinese influence and incessant targeting of Israel. From weeding out anti-Semitism to opposing harmful Chinese and Russian policies, the next UN ambassador must help restore sanity to the United Nations. And I can think of no better person for this role than Elise. In Congress, she has unapologetically stood up to our adversaries and will do the same at the United Nations. As a senior member of the House Armed Services Committee and the House Intelligence Committee, Elise understands the stakes of our competition with communist China. She helped stand up the China Task Force in the House, which later became the bipartisan Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. She also led comprehensive legislation to deter China and strengthen the United States. I've had the privilege of partnering with Elise on several of these bills, including one to ban Chinese-owned tutoring companies at our Department of Defense and another to counter Chinese drones in America. I'm also confident in Elise's ability to stand up for Israel against the United Nations' often blatant anti-Semitism. She has long advocated for billions of dollars for Israeli capabilities like the life-saving Iron Dome and critical anti-tunneling technology. Her questioning of college presidents in defense of Jewish students set off shockwaves around higher education, resulting in the resignation of the Harvard and University of Pennsylvania presidents. She's also been a tireless advocate for hostages taken by Hamas. Elise has dedicated her career to public service. She started out working in the Bush White House before joining Congress to serve the people of Northern New York. To her constituents, she's best known for working across the aisle to improve the lives of New Yorkers. At the UN, I know that she will continue to put Americans first. I commend President Trump for this nomination, and I'm grateful to Elise for once again answering the call of duty. I'd also like to thank her family, whose steadfast support has led her to this moment. Elise and her husband Matt are parents to their 3-year-old son Sam, who is apparently departing at this very moment. I'm sure that one day Sam will look at this moment and Elise's future service with much to be proud of, even if today, like my boys, he thinks it's mostly boring politics stuff. So today I'm here to happily and proudly offer my strong support to this dedicated public servant and American patriot, our next ambassador to the United Nations, Elise Stefanik. She's the right person for the job, and I encourage all of my colleagues on the committee and in the Senate to process her nomination promptly and unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Shaheen.
Well, thank you, Senator Cotton, and again, well said. So both of you, I know you've got things that you've got to attend to, and we appreciate you appreciate you coming to the committee and helping us out. Representative Stefanik, welcome to our committee. You'll find us kind and generous most of the time, and we look forward to hearing from you. Senator Shaheen and I are going to make a few remarks, and then we'll yield to you and hear what you have to say. First of all, let me start by saying there is great difficulty at the United Nations today, and I'm confident President Trump's nominee can help bring much-needed change. This is widely recognized by people here up on the Hill. Senator Cotton, Senator Capito both made reference to it. I know you're well aware of it. One of the unfortunate things, and maybe this hearing will help, is the vast majority of the American people do not recognize the deterioration that has happened at the United Nations and how it has strayed from its original purposes. There is great difficulty there. I think that we need significant change. As threats from China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran continue to grow, Representative Stefanik, your position will be at the heart of the U.S. efforts to stand up to the authoritarian axis that seeks to undermine the United States at every turn and to ensure our partners and allies are also doing their part. I know you're up to that task. The UN was founded to be a force for peace and stability in the world, an admirable goal. It's not working. Since its founding, the United States has helped shape the UN and has supported it in dollars, lots and lots and lots of dollars, and in spirit. But today, the United States remains the largest funder of the UN system. We pay 22% of the regular budget, and we pay 25% of the peacekeeping budget. And what have the American people gotten for these investments? They have chaos, complete dysfunction at the UN, and a warped sense of right and wrong. In place of needed reform, the U.S. is constantly asked to give more to the UN, but over time the organization has drifted farther away from American values, putting American national security in jeopardy. Representative Stefanik, I know that President Trump has nominated you to the UN because he knows you're not afraid to stand up for the American people, ensure that taxpayer dollars are truly putting America first, and push back against the real problems, constant problems, that plague the United Nations. As the UN has expanded its mission, the amount of conflict, waste, fraud, and abuse has grown. In the UN Security Council, which is charged with maintaining international peace, security, consensus, and partnership on the many issues world faces, has become a fantasy. Critical issues that demand the Council's attention fall to the wayside. Accountability for Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, China's grotesque human rights abuses, genocide in the Sudan, regime change in Syria, all go unaddressed, but by what is supposed to be the leading international organization to resolve these conflicts. As the authoritarian axis grows and competes against democratic nations, the UN will descend back into the paralysis that has marked the Cold War if it continues on its course, which it has no indication it is changing. To make matters worse, our adversaries have weaponized the UN against Americans and democratic interests. Prior to the fall of Assad, Putin used the Security Council to block any action to hold Assad regime accountable for its crimes against humanity. China has used its malign influence to block attempts to discuss the Chinese government-sponsored genocide against the Uyghurs, and they have blocked our ally, Taiwan, from fully participating in the UN. China also manipulates the UN personnel system, which we all know, and they've used it to install Chinese diplomats into the UN bureaucracy that only serve China's goals and interests. There is a deep, deep anti-Israel bias within the United Nations that has only grown stronger since Hamas's horrendous, unprovoked attack against Israel on October 7th. This sentiment was spearheaded by the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, which had numerous employees participate in October 7th terrorist attacks and allows its schools and facilities to be used by Hamas. Remember, these are U.S. tax dollars that partially help fund UNRWA. For years, I have led my colleagues on legislation to end the U.S. contributions to this anti-Semitic organization, which openly employs terrorists. UNRWA must go. What I've just described is not what the American people want out of their taxpayer dollars. Our contributions should serve America's interests first, and I know you will bring that message to the United Nations system loud and clear. Representative Stefanik, I believe it is reasonable to evaluate every UN agency to determine if what they are doing is directly beneficial to America and hold them account until the answer is a resounding yes. Anything less should not be tolerated. If these agencies cannot be changed, and at this point, the U.S. should seriously examine if further contributions and indeed participation in the UN is even beneficial to the American people. I'm interested to hear your plans for change at the UN, and I look forward to seeing the tremendous work I know that you will do for our country and to make the world a safer place for future generations. Thank you. Senator Shaheen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Congresswoman Stefanik. Welcome to your family, who's with you today as well. Now, whether fighting the spread of infectious diseases or stemming the flow of fentanyl that kills Americans, combating transnational crime that costs Americans billions of dollars, negotiating political settlements to dangerous conflicts, the work of the United Nations directly affects Americans all across this country. We benefit from UN peacekeeping missions that would otherwise fall to the American military. We are better off because of efforts to stabilize societies and provide life-saving assistance in places like Sudan, Syria, and Ukraine. And we don't just do this out of the goodness of our hearts. We fund these efforts because they make Americans, as Secretary Rubio said in his hearing, safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Equally important, if we don't do it, our adversaries and competitors will. Representative Stefanik, welcome again to this committee. Congratulations on your nomination to be U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. From working in the Bush administration on the Domestic Policy Council to being the youngest woman elected to Congress, you have strong credentials and the relevant experience for this role. But today I'd really like to hear your vision for the United States at the United Nations. I've certainly taken note of the skepticism in the United Nations expressed by others in the incoming administration and also expressed by your introducers today and Chairman Risch. In the past, you have voted to defund the United Nations and its specialized agencies. Certainly, I would agree that the United Nations is an imperfect body, but the UN is also a force multiplier of American taxpayer money. U.S. disengagement is something our adversaries want, especially Russia and China. At his hearing last week, Secretary Rubio said China is our most potent and dangerous adversary, and Beijing's contribution to the UN is almost 7 times what it was 2 decades ago. China has had great success increasing the number of nationals employed at the UN, and so when we cut back, they are ready and very eager to fill that void. Under the first Trump administration, the U.S. withdrew from UNESCO, an agency that, among many things, combats anti-Semitism and establishes international technology standards that affect our industries. When we stepped back, Beijing stepped in and is now UNESCO's largest financial contributors. So I'm really interested in your thoughts on how the U.S. can compete with China across every United Nations agency. One agency at the UN that I think is particularly important is the UN Population Fund, or UNFPA. Globally, 1 in every 5 girls is married before reaching age 18. Too many girls in too many countries, as you know very well, face female genital mutilation and forced child marriage. UNFPA provides critical reproductive and maternal care. It reaches 3 times as many countries as our bilateral family planning program. And in some areas like Darfur and Kordofan, It is the main provider of life-saving reproductive health supplies. Things like childbirth delivery kits that reduce infection for women giving birth outside clinical settings. I believe its work is irreplaceable. Now, if confirmed, I hope we can work together to advance United States interests at the UN. Because when the United States takes a leadership role at the UN, Americans and people around the world are better off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome the testimony of Congresswoman Stefanik and hearing her views.
Thank you so much, Senator Shaheen. And Representative Stefanik, the floor is yours.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, distinguished members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I would also like to thank the senators from both sides of the aisle who met with me over the past several weeks. It is the honor of my lifetime to earn President Trump's nomination to serve in his cabinet as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. If confirmed, I stand ready to implement President Trump's mandate from the American people to deliver America First, peace through strength, national security leadership on the world stage. Before I begin, I'd like to personally recognize my family. We all know in public office that we would not have the opportunity to serve were it not for the support of our loved ones. I'd like to begin with my mom, dad, and brother, Melanie, Ken, and Maddie. My dad was here with me today, and my mom and brother are watching closely from upstate New York. There is no question that I would not be here without their lifetime of unconditional love, support, and encouragement, and for that I am forever grateful. I also want to thank my incredibly supportive husband, Matt, who is also here, and of course, most importantly, our pride and joy, our 3-year-old son, Sam, who made his debut in the U.S. Senate. He is comfortable on the House side, it's new in the Senate, so thank you for the warm welcome. Sam is by far our greatest blessing. Of all the titles I have held, Congresswoman, Chairwoman, Representative, or Ambassador if confirmed, my most important title will always be Mom. I appear before you today as a daughter, sister, wife, mother, Congresswoman, a patriotic upstate New Yorker, and a proud American. I believe deeply in the American dream because I've had the opportunity to live it. I was born and raised in upstate New York, the cradle of the American Revolution. I grew up in a small business family where my parents instilled in me the importance of hard work, ingenuity, and grit. I was blessed to be the first member of my immediate family to have the opportunity to graduate from college. I graduated from Harvard with honors and then worked at the White House, in the West Wing, on the Domestic Policy Council, and in the Chief of Staff's office. After nearly a decade working in public policy in Washington, I returned home to work in my family's small business and decided to run for Congress. In 2014, I was elected to Congress, making history as the youngest woman ever elected at the time. In Congress, I have fought tirelessly for the hardworking families of New York's 21st District, delivering significant bipartisan results for my constituents. I was elected by my colleagues to serve as the House Republican Conference Chair, becoming the highest-ranking woman in Congress at the time and the youngest woman of either party to serve in top elected House leadership. And over the last decade, I have served on the House Armed Services Committee, the Intelligence Committee, the House Education and Workforce Committee, and I'm proud to be the longest-serving woman on both the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees. On these national security committees, I have legislated on a number of critical issues ranging from military readiness, emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and cybersecurity, to missile defense. I have worked to enhance American intelligence capabilities, strengthen our alliances and partnerships, and deter our adversaries. On the Education Committee, I have been the leader in combating anti-Semitism in higher education. My oversight work led to the most viewed testimony in the history of Congress. This hearing with university presidents was heard around the world and viewed billions of times because it exposed the anti-Semitic rot in colleges and universities and was a watershed moment in American higher education. When discussing this nomination with President Trump, the president shared with me that he sees great promise in the United Nations if it focuses on its founding mission of international peace and security. President Trump has long advocated for peace and no new wars. He delivered the Abraham Accords, the largest step to regional peace in the Middle East in a quarter century. If confirmed, I will work to ensure that our mission to the United Nations serves the interests of the American people and represents President Trump's America First, peace through strength foreign policy. As the world faces crisis after crisis, with hostages, including Americans, still held in Hamas's captivity, to national security challenges ranging from China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, it has never been more critical for the United States to lead with strength and moral clarity. This is especially important regarding our most precious ally, Israel, who faced the bloodiest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust on October 7th, 2023. As a member of Congress, I also understand deeply that we must be good stewards of U.S. taxpayer dollars. The U.S. is the largest contributor to the UN by far. Our tax dollars should not be complicit in propping up entities that are counter to American interests, anti-Semitic, or engaging in fraud, corruption, or terrorism. We must invest in programs to strengthen our national security and deliver results. To increase the efficacy of UN programs, we must drive reform. If confirmed, I will be the first UN ambassador in over 2 decades to come directly from Congress, and I have deep respect and understanding of the oversight and appropriations role of the legislative branch, and I look forward to using my strong House and Senate relationships to deliver these much-needed reforms. We are truly at a critical point in history. The world must be reminded of the key mission of the United Nations and America's role as its formative leader. Following the devastation, carnage, and Holocaust of World War II, the world was desperate for peace, stability, human rights and dignity, and world order. As outlined in Article 1, Chapter 1 of the UN Charter, the purpose of the United Nations is to maintain international peace and security, develop friendly relations among nations based on a shared respect for the principle of equal rights, solve international problems, and harmonize the actions of nations in the attainment of common ends. The UN has not lived up to this founding mission, and we must demand better. It is imperative to ensure strong American leadership at the United Nations. I share President Trump's vision of a UN reformed by strong America first, peace through strength, and a return to this founding mission of promoting peace and security around the world. In closing, I will forever be grateful to my constituents in New York's 21st District for giving me the opportunity to serve them as their voice at the highest levels of Congress. 10 years ago, upstate and North Country voters took a chance on a young, first-time, unknown candidate who very few believed could win. So I just want to thank the hardworking families, small businesses, farms, law enforcement officers, military families, veterans, seniors, so many with whom I've had worked so closely to deliver results on behalf of our communities. Thank you especially to my extraordinarily dedicated staff in both the district and in Washington offices for serving tirelessly for the past decade. If confirmed, my family and I are excited for this next chapter to serve on President Trump's cabinet in this role, and I commit to the American people that I will work my very hardest in the coming years to lead with moral clarity and American values. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Congressman. We appreciate those remarks, and what we're going to do now is we're going to do a round of questions. We're going to do 5-minute questions. The ranking member and I have discussed that and agreed to that. That doesn't mean you're good. That doesn't mean it's going to end it. We're going to attempt to do another 5-minute round for those who are anxious to have more questions answered. So with that, let me start. First of all, I was impressed to hear what President Trump has always insisted on and has certainly talked to us about, and that is the fact that the founding mission of the UN is such a bright and brilliant light. The difficulty is the execution of their mission bears no resemblance to what their original mission was, which is really unfortunate. And we have in the past, and I hope in the future, rely more and more on doing bilateral and multilateral agreements with other countries without the United Nations, and to perform some of the things that the United Nations is attempting to do ourselves. We're the United States of America, we can do anything. And we certainly can perform those functions. The best example I can give you is the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords are probably going to be looked at in history as a turning point in the Middle East. It was done under President Trump last time. It was President Trump's administration who was the leading force on this, and the United Nations had absolutely nothing to do with it. And it is a great success in the Middle East, or a place where you see very few great successes. So we can do these things. We put a tremendous amount of money into the United Nations to do things that we can do. For instance, feeding folks. We do a lot of it ourselves through USAID, but we do a lot through the UN. In doing that, the UN has hired, for instance, UNRWA to do it, an organization I don't want anything to do with. I don't want any connection to UNRWA, and yet here we are working with them. So I think there's a lot of things that we can do to start with that will ratchet down the number of people that are clogging the New York streets up there with employees from other places, and make it a mission that's our own. Your thoughts?
Thank you, Chairman Risch. I wanted to point out, and I'm glad you referenced the Abraham Accords. I think we can look to the success of our bilateral relationships and various multilateral partnerships and build on that within the UN. For example, we have the Abraham Accords caucus in the Congress. I think we should consider starting an Abraham Accords caucus within the United Nations to build on President's success delivering that historic result, the greatest breakthrough for normalization in the Middle East in over a quarter of a century. I do share your commitment, Chairman Risch, to being good stewards of U.S. taxpayer dollars and ensuring all of our investments to any foreign policy strategy, and this goes hand in hand what Secretary Rubio testified, represents our American interests. Does it make America safer? Does it make America stronger? And does it make America more prosperous? So I hope to work effectively with this committee, our oversight members and our appropriators, to ensure that we deliver reform and ensure that each dollar is going to strengthen our national security. I think we can look to the programs that are successes, which typically have strong American leadership and voluntary funding. One example is the World Food Program, which has significant bipartisan support on this committee in both chambers of Congress, and it's supported by the American people. And oftentimes, the most successful agencies within the UN, they have transparency, accountability standards, and are led either with strong American leadership or allied countries. So that's a bit of feedback to your question.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Just very quickly, one of the things that has really concerned me in recent years is we keep getting outvoted at the UN. And it turns out that every country has one vote. And then when you look around and you look at these countries that are voting against us, you find out that you got the Chinese in there spreading money throughout their government, to individuals in their government, to projects in these dinky little countries, and they buy their vote. This is a real problem, and it's the kind of thing that gets us to the point where we can't even get a resolution that condemns Russia for their invasion of Ukraine in absolute violation of the foundations of the United Nations. And when the Secretary General comes to see me, I always crank on him and say, look, you guys can't even get a resolution condemning this. What are you doing for us? How are you making this work? And I get a word salad in response. Your thoughts on this problem with the Chinese buying off these smaller countries?
It is no question, Chairman Risch, that the CCP has made significant inroads. This is a long-term strategy that they have at the United Nations, and we need to have strong American leadership working with our allies to push back on this. As you pointed out, every country, no matter what its size, gets one vote. I believe we need to have a strategy to push back, particularly on the CCP's inroads within the global south and even within the Western Hemisphere. I think we need to build on our, as you said, bilateral partnerships and make sure they understand the importance of a two-way partnership with the United States. I also think that the personnel strategy of the CCP has been of particular concern within the UN.
Clearly.
China has made inroads in placing CCP leaders and Chinese diplomats in positions as head of various sub-UN agencies, but also at the most junior level. So we need to have a human capital strategy working with our allies to push back on that.
I appreciate your thoughts in that regard, and I certainly have no objection to countries having a vote. What bothers me is that the corruption and the fraud when the Chinese buy off that vote with money is just flat wrong. Thank you for your thoughts. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you. Again, Congresswoman Stefanik, welcome, and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve this country and for your past service in the House. While I think we would all agree that the UN is not perfect, it is a force multiplier for the US, and it's a prime example of global burden sharing in times of crisis. I was pleased to see that the Trump administration will maintain this position, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, as a cabinet-level position. Now, you've talked a little bit about this already in your responses, but how will you make sure that the work of the UN is understood to help advance U.S. interests around the world? And more important, how can you help convince members of Congress who are skeptics that our contributions and leadership in UN agencies must continue in order to prevent China, Russia, Iran, and other U.S. adversaries from assuming these roles?
Thank you so much, Ranking Member Shaheen. I appreciated our opportunity to visit ahead of time. I will start with your question related to how we convince the American people and elected officials of the importance of investments. I think, as I pointed out to Chairman Risch, doing a review of all of our dollars going into various UN agencies and looking at what are most effective. Typically, UNICEF is another example, in addition to World Food Program. We voluntary commit, it maintains bipartisan support, and it delivered significant results for millions around the globe, and it strengthens our national security. So when it comes to those key questions, does it make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous? I believe those are examples of programs that do. I clearly think there are certain programs that are not meeting the mission of the UN, the founding principles. UNRWA is an example, and we will likely have a policy disagreement upon that. But I think we need to roll our sleeves up, deliver reforms, and make sure that our dollars are going to programs within the UN that work, that have a basis in the rule of law, that have a basis in transparency and accountability, and strengthen our national security and our partnerships.
Well, thank you. I would point out that right now, we're not funding UNRWA.
Absolutely, and I voted to defund UNRWA.
One of the things I talked about in my opening statement was UNFPA. So the opportunity to provide family planning, maternal health care, midwife training, interventions to halt child marriage, to address the practice of female genital mutilation, and to help ensure healthy families. Will you commit to personally reviewing UNFPA's work before the administration makes any decision about invoking the Kim Kasten law?
Yes, if confirmed, I am committed to doing a review, as I said, across the UN programs, but specifically UNFPA. I think it's very important that we do a full review, as the President announced the executive order today as well regarding all of foreign aid, and I would make sure that we are being good stewards of U.S. taxpayer dollars. I do want to point out I have a very strong record when it comes to standing up for women's health issues, particularly addressing maternal mortality rates, addressing pre- and postnatal care, addressing infant malnutrition, and I think that is very important, and that you have my commitment to do that review if confirmed.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your record on that, and I think it's very important to remind everyone that women make up half of the world's population, and we need to do what we can to ensure that their health is also protected. In April, you said that Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine constituted genocide, April of 2022. You called for the delivery of security assistance to Ukraine. At the UN, we've seen inconsistent support for Ukraine. We've seen greater support on initiatives to support Ukraine and less support on initiatives to hold Russia accountable. If confirmed, can you talk about how you might use your role as UN ambassador to address and punish Russia's ongoing attempted genocide in Ukraine?
I support President Trump's commitment to bringing this war to a resolution, to stop the killing, and he campaigned on that issue, and he feels very deeply, and I support that. And I believe it falls squarely in line with the founding mission of the United Nations to bring international peace and security. If you look at my record over the course of my time on the House Armed Services Committee and the House Intelligence Committee, I have a very strong record when it comes to deterring Russia, pushing back on Russia, including during President Trump's term, voting for defensive lethal aid to Ukraine. I believe peace through strength is our strongest deterrence, and I'm very proud that during President Trump's first term, it was the only president where Putin did not invade another country because of that strong peace through strength leadership and the rebuilding that we passed through the National Defense Authorization Act and President Trump signed into law. So I think our effort should be my effort will be supporting President Trump's mission to bring that to a resolution and to deter Russia in the long term.
And so how do we hold Russia accountable for some of the human rights abuses that have happened in Ukraine, for their destruction of infrastructure in the country, for the lives that are lost? Clearly, this is a war that is only Vladimir Putin's initiative that has started. So are there things we can do at the UN that will hold Russia accountable?
Certainly, it's going to be important to support President Trump's approach with his special envoy to address and bring that to a resolution. And I will work with the National Security Council and my colleagues in the cabinet who sit in the national security spaces to use this position at the United Nations to support his strategy and give him maximum flexibility to bring this to a resolution.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congressman Stefanik, welcome to the committee, and thank you very much for stopping by my office so we could have a chance to talk before this committee. And I really appreciate your service to our country and look forward to the strong credentials you bring to the table to be our UN ambassador. Winston Churchill said that the UN was set up not to get us to heaven, but only to save us from hell. And we've talked about the corruption that's going on there, the mismanagement, the rot, and so forth. And you've mentioned already this concept that we have to have reform there. That's going to be very important. And we've also talked about how much American taxpayers put into the UN, $18 billion a year. And to put that in perspective, in 2022, that was more than 185 other member nations combined. Chairman Risch mentioned what the percentages of 22% of their overall budget most recently and so forth. So we invest a lot there. We've talked about these reforms. Do you believe that we can leverage the money that we're putting into the UN to drive the reforms? So for example, can we say to the UN, hey, we're going to put money into these programs if, for example, they establish some of the transparency you were talking about. And if you don't do that, we're pulling our money out. Is that one of the ways that we can drive reforms?
Absolutely, and I believe we have to. We owe that to American taxpayers to ensure that all of our dollars and investment represent our values and answer the key questions of, does it make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous? So that is really important to me as an elected official currently, representing. I understand we have to be good stewards of U.S. taxpayer dollars. So I think that is a key tool for us to demand greater reforms and transparency.
Great. One of the other things that we've also talked about as well is how Communist China has used the UN to push its interests, and the chairman laid out some of the problems with what Communist China is doing. What can we do to be able to get more U.S. leadership into these different committees to kind of combat that?
We need to have a strategy, and this came up in virtually every conversation with senators from both sides of the aisle, and it needs to be a long-term strategy working closely with our allies and our partners, both at the most junior levels and at the more senior levels within the UN. We need to make sure that we're running candidates, either American or allied nations, in the elections process for key leadership posts within the UN system. We need to pay particular attention, I believe, to the technical organizations, whether it's telecommunications, whether it's civil aviation. And another way is we need to ensure Taiwan has maximum meaningful participation in international organizations. I also believe it's important to ensure that the language, because we have seen China trying to insert their specific language, which is counter to our values, we need to have very strong Mandarin expertise and really keep a close eye on that as well in all the documents and statements coming out of the UN system writ large.
So do you have specific plans to be able to start recruiting more Americans or allied nations people into the UN to be able to do it? And I'm going to kind of add on to that, because if you go back to, I think, between 2009 and 2021, the Communist China has increased its employment of its nationals in the UN by 85%. So it's not just about leadership of different agencies, but it's also about how many people just work there in the UN that, of course, would be naive to think that they're not driving Communist China's agenda through the UN, whatever role they have. So can you talk a little about how the strategy for getting more people leadership, but also how do we recruit more Americans or other allied people just to do the work of the regular UN?
I think we have to have a mission to recruit at the most junior levels to work their way up into the system. I also think we need to have a strategy working with Secretary Rubio to ensure that we have the highest caliber, which we do, of course, in terms of those that are serving at the UN mission, and also provide that expertise of challenges within the Indo-PACOM region. I think that is very important. And I intend to also have opportunities to partner with, whether it's higher education institutions, whether it's private sector, whether it's opportunities in each of your states or each of House members' districts for ideas that we can help address this long-term personnel challenge.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a key thing for us to be able to reach out and find new ways to be able to recruit people in, because if we don't have our people in the UN, we're just leaving it open to Communist China to be able to do what they're doing. And this is one of the ways they're trying to displace us as the world power, as Xi Jinping has laid out very clearly that he wants to do. So I look forward to potentially another round of questioning. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Ricketts. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Congresswoman, for your willingness to continue serving. My welcome to your family, to Matt and to Sam, who I hope will get to enjoy some of this hearing in person. And I enjoyed our conversation and look forward to working with you. I'll just continue briefly on the conversation you were just having with Senator Ricketts. I think our global network of alliances and partnerships and our values are critical to our strength, stability, prosperity, our security. And we've got a global network of allies. China does not. They have nervous neighbors, they have client states, they use coercion, but they do not have genuine allies, as we do. And so they have made a concerted effort to use the UN system to advance their interests, both their different idea and standards for human rights. We believe in an individual right to liberty. They talk about collective rights. We have different standards. We want 6G to be built out on US and Western friendly standards. They want their standards. So I couldn't agree with you more that fighting for leadership of technical organizations. In the previous Trump administration, I worked closely with his PTO director to make sure that the World Intellectual Property Organization wasn't run by a PRC national, and the ITU, as we spoke about. So I think it's critical. We do have a strategy. I worked closely with Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield on this. As the chair of the appropriating subcommittee, Senator Graham and I worked well together with her to increase funding for junior professional officers, to increase funding for the US-UN mission. If confirmed, will you commit to continuing this work to make sure that Americans and American-friendly leaders compete for and succeed at leading the technical organizations of the UN and compete for and succeed at staffing the junior levels of the UN?
Yes, thank you, Senator Coons, and I enjoyed our discussion. This is one of my top priorities, and this, you're seeing, it came up in, as I mentioned, every single conversation. I think the success story of successfully having a candidate defeat China's candidate in the Intellectual Property Organization, that is a model that we need to continue to use in these other technical organizations. And that is, there is bipartisan support. As Tom Cotton mentioned in his opening statement, I was one of the founding members of the China Task Force, which of course led to the setting up of the bipartisan China Select Committee. So there's bipartisan interest, and I also support your approach of strengthening and building on our strong alliances, whether it is AUKUS, whether it is building on the relationships within the Quad, whether it's ASEAN. We have an opportunity to build on those organizations, I think, as partnered within the UN system.
Chairman Risch referenced the sometimes frustrating dysfunction of the UN Security Council. And have used it to block accountability measures. The General Assembly did pass an overwhelming resolution condemning Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, but we couldn't get it through the Security Council. The Security Council did, in September, unanimously pass, because of American leadership, a resolution continuing sanctions, visa bans, an arms embargo for Sudan. So it is not completely without merit. But one of the things the Biden administration advanced was UN Security Council reform to broaden its membership, as you referenced, to include the Global South and to try and move the Security Council more into a functional body. What are your views on what you should do to continue that agenda?
Certainly when it comes to UN Security Council reform, it is very complex. It is very challenging with both Russia and China and the veto on the P5. I would want to work with this committee and, of course, the president primarily on any proposals for UN Security Council reform. In my opening statement, when I was referencing reforms, I was mostly talking about ensuring that all of our taxpayer dollars are going to UN entities that function very well. But I am open to having conversations about how to make it work better. I think we need to have a broader strategy reaching out to countries within the Global South where China's made significant inroads. They've done it by building ports. They've done it through telecom. It's really been a whole of government approach. And it's obviously not the UN alone. It's working with Secretary Rubio. It's working with USAID, working with USTR and significant economic investments that are happening in various
Don't forget the
other
DFC.
countries.
President Trump signed the BUILD Act into law in his first term. The Development Finance Corporation is a critical tool in our toolkit. Before I conclude, I just want to raise my profound concern about an executive order signed yesterday by President Trump that puts a 90-day pause on all development assistance without clarifying the scope of that. Does that include our contributions to UNICEF and the World Food Program, which I think you would recognize, you did recognize, led by Americans, broad bipartisan support, part of the key mission of the UN to promote stability and security by feeding hungry people and bringing stability. Does that include USAID's support to Ukraine's energy grid as Putin continues to hammer civilians through attacks on the energy grid? AID's support for getting energy back online in the midst of winter in Ukraine is pretty critical. Does it include Jordan? A sea of stability in a whole area of chaos. Will development assistance be frozen for 90 days to Ukraine, to our development partnership in the Philippines and the Luzon corridor to compete with China's influence in the region, to Jordan? I hope we can work together to get some clarity, and I hope where there are obvious partnerships that do advance American national interests, that they will move forward quickly.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Coons.
Thank you, Senator McCormick.
Congresswoman, it's good to see you again. My wife, Dean, and I have known you for, I think, more than 20 years, so I'm thrilled that President nominated you for this important role. Forgive my voice. I think I've been celebrating making America great again a little too much. As we discussed when we met in my office, I'm deeply troubled by the virulent anti-Semitism and anti-Israel bias at the United Nations. And since Hamas's brutal massacre on October 7th, the Jewish community in Pennsylvania and across our country has seen an explosion in hate. As you know, this is not theoretical for me and for Dina. We live in Squirrel Hill in Pittsburgh, where we had the Tree of Life tragedy, and a painful reminder of where that hate can lead. In Congress, you've done an incredible job of pushing back against anti-Semitism in our nation's institutions. You exposed the presidents of the three leading universities for their lack of moral clarity. And I was one of the first to call for the firing of the president of UPenn because of the tough questioning that you forced her and other presidents to leave office. I'm confident you can bring that same fire and effectiveness and leadership to the UN. And let me start by asking how you'll fight back against anti-Semitism and bias against Israel within the UN. Hamas terrorists have been operating with impunity from UNRWA facilities, and UNRWA employees even participated in the massacre on October 7th. So beyond funding, how will you work with our allies to end UNRWA's mandate and shift legitimate humanitarian functions to other UN organs or trusted NGOs?
Thank you so much, Senator McCormick, and thank you for your leadership combating anti-Semitism. I know it's important to the American people and it's important to Pennsylvanians, and something that I am deeply committed to doing in this role. It's one of the reasons why in my conversation with President Trump, I was interested in this position, because if you look at the anti-Semitic rot within the United Nations, there are more resolutions targeting Israel than any other country, any other crisis combined. And we have significant national security Security Council's the anti-Semitism, whether it's UN Women failing to condemn Hamas's terrorist attack and terrorist regime against innocent civilian women, using rape and targeting women specifically, taking them hostage. I am overjoyed that those 3 young women hostages were returned home. We need to stay committed to ensuring every hostage is brought home. I've met with many hostage families. This position, we need to be a voice of moral clarity on the UN Security Council and at the United Nations at large, for the world to hear the importance of standing with Israel. And I intend to do that. This year will mark the 50th year since the disgraceful Zionism is Racism resolution at the United Nations. And at the time, our U.S. Ambassador, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, spoke out strongly against that disgraceful resolution. That is the type of leadership that I hope to bring, if confirmed, to the United Nations. And President Trump has a tremendous record when it comes to standing with Israel, whether it's the Abraham Accords, whether it's his commitment to combating anti-Semitism, or recognizing Jerusalem as the eternal capital of Israel. This is a strong, strong record, and I hope to do that at the UN if confirmed.
Thank you. As is already noted, the Chinese Communist Party has a deliberate strategy to use the UN Human Rights Council and other parts of the UN system to propagate its false narrative on human rights and legitimize its authoritarian agenda. How will you push back on the CCP's attempts to co-opt international institutions like the UN to undermine U.S. interest?
Thank you. As you can see, there's quite a theme here with many senators raising this deep concern about CCP's inroads and China's inroads broadly in international organizations. I think it goes back to working with our partners and allies, making sure that we are strengthening those relationships, that we are ensuring that we have a strategy to ensure that the CCP is not able to make inroads at the most senior levels of these technical organizations and of agencies across the UN writ large. This was another of my top priorities that I expressed in each and every meeting with all of the senators from both sides of the aisle.
Thank you, and I'll try to squeeze in one last question. I was so glad that President Trump withdrew from the UN climate accords last night. How will you advocate for American energy dominance and an all-of-the-above approach to energy security at the UN?
Again, I want to make sure that we're representing American values, American interest. I am the United States ambassador, if confirmed, to the United Nations, and that means supporting strong American energy dominance and not giving a free pass to the biggest polluters like China in the world. When we have the cleanest water, the cleanest air, and the best record when it comes to an all-of-the-above energy approach, moving back to the successful policies of President Trump in his first term, when not only was America energy independent, we were energy dominant. So that is my commitment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McCormick. Senator
in
King.
this regard. We have a rare and important opportunity here to have a conversation with the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, who has become a kind of legendary figure in Israel, and I think it's fair to say has managed to take the office of presidency and give it a certain moral weight that that perhaps it has not always had. So it's a huge pleasure, President Herzog. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure being here, again, being at the World Economic Forum. And thank you for your words.
We are, what is it now, 1 year, 3 months from the start of the October 7th war, the attack which then triggered the war. And it seems to me that Israel's situation today has utterly transformed. Hamas is in very bad shape. Its leadership has been largely destroyed. The leaders who planned the attack have been destroyed. Hezbollah has been substantially weakened. Multiple levels of its leadership have been destroyed. Iran its air defenses have been essentially neutralized. Its capacity to make weaponry has been significantly impeded. When you look at all that, do you view it as an opportunity for Israel, and what kind of opportunity?
First of all, we are still at war. Of course, the ceasefire began on Sunday, and that is a very blessed moment, especially as we are hoping and yearning and working towards bringing back our hostages. I'll talk about it in a minute, but I would say that clearly the situation poses a great opportunity for the world at large, especially the free world, because the source of evil that emanates and covers us all starts with terror, especially with Iranian instigated terror. This is the strategic issue above everything. Each proxy you deal with, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Iraq, etc., so forth and so on, it is all supported, financed, organized, commanded, controlled, trained by Iran. This empire of evil in Tehran is still spending billions, and I have news for you and the entire universe. They are working day in, day out, even now, rather than soul-searching, looking in the mirror, seeing how they failed and how much damage and havoc and sorrow they created with their barbaric attacks with their proxies. They are continuing endlessly rushing towards the bomb. And of course, planning all the time terror attacks world over and in our region, including predominantly the regime and its organizations, the IRGC, as the main focus. And I'm warning the world not to fall into kind of an aura of optimism, but rather be lucid about it. Yes, there is an opportunity, a huge opportunity, to change the course of the Middle East for the better, but there is also huge risk so long as this regime in Iran stays put and continues its efforts. It can stop its efforts, but it still continues its efforts.
But let me ask you then, what would you advocate happen with Iran? Because right now, the United States has already a fairly strong, I mean, there are sanctions against Iran. The United States supported Israel when it went after Iran's air defenses. Do you believe that this is the moment to strike Iran? Do you believe it's the moment to confront Iran with a new nuclear deal, which is, you know, no nuclear program, but also no support for proxies?
So I would be, of course, cautious in what I say because of the sensitivity. President Trump was sworn in yesterday. I congratulate him wholeheartedly. I think this will be a main issue on his agenda in the very near future, and it will have to be deliberated between Israel and all the rest of the region with the U.S. administration. Clearly, one thing has to be absolutely clear: Iran cannot have nuclear capabilities, and two, Iran has to stop with its proxies and this kind of axis of evil which has caused such tremendous pain. We are seeing historical change. We're seeing change in Lebanon. We're seeing historical change in Syria. We are seeing historical change, hopefully, in the Gaza Strip. This will require enormous effort. But I must point out, and here zoom in on the key to it all is a hostage deal, meaning once now we've had the opportunity to reach a hostage deal, which was very difficult to reach this agreement. It is very painful, very difficult. I met today with the Prime Minister of Qatar, Sheikh Mohammed al-Thani. I want to thank him for his incredible efforts, as well as all the other mediators, Egypt, and of course the United States, the outgoing administration, and the incoming administration. They were extremely helpful. This is the key to opening the door. We still have so many hostages in Gaza, in the dungeons of Gaza, going through barbaric torture. One of them is the grandfather of Daniel Lifshitz, right here. Daniel, stand up. Daniel is a 36-year-old Israeli, a wonderful guy. The family comes from kibbutz Nir Oz. It's a kibbutz which was devastated, burnt, and abducted and raided by terrorists, and many hostages were taken hostage, including his grandfather and his grandmother. His grandmother, Yocheved, a heroine in and of herself, was freed, and she is unbelievably strong and impressive. His grandfather, Oded, who's 84 years old, has been there in captivity. He's in the list for the first round. Oded is a huge peace activist. or that would volunteer for Palestinians in Gaza every day to take them to Israeli hospitals, and yet he was taken in the most brutal way to Gaza. And we pray that him and all the other hostages will come back immediately according to the agreement as soon as possible with no ifs and buts. And I think we all have to express our gratitude to you all that.
So let me ask you about the prospects of getting more hostages out, which is getting to the second phase of the deal.
Yes.
At the second phase of the deal, Israeli forces do have to withdraw, according to the outlines, from some substantial areas. If that happens, it has already been made clear that the Minister of Finance, Mr. Smotrich, will resign, in which case the Bibi Netanyahu does not have a majority. Is it inevitable that we will never get to the second phase because of that complexity?
No, I believe that, that there is a clear potential of getting to the second phase. There is a desire to get to the second phase. We meant it when we signed the agreement. We know that there are challenges and arguments. Israel is a democracy, and you want to know something. I truly understand those who have reservations and fears, because we are going to release terrible terrorists. This is the whole equation. We are asking to release women and children, and for that we are paying with terrorists, cruel, barbaric terrorists. But we all agree that this has to be done. We want them home. It's top priority of the nation of Israel. We will have to deal with the real question of the day after in Gaza. How do we make sure that this does not recur? How do we make sure that it's not Hamas who dictates and leads that place? We have to learn from historic lessons and from all our experiences, and as such, focus on that. And I think the crux of the discussions will have to deal with that regarding the second phase.
So people like General Petraeus, who is a friend of Israel, say that Israel's military strategy has been misguided, that it has been entirely focused on simply destroying Hamas without building up confidence and in the rest of the Palestinian population, and without separating, if you will, the terrorists from the local population. As a result, he predicted very early on my program that Israel would have to keep going back into each of these towns, Khan Yunis, wherever it was, back, again and again. That does seem to be what's happened. So how do you get out of that cycle without trying to in some way give the Palestinians in Gaza some confidence that they have a leadership that they feel is legitimate?
As leaders in the region who clearly identify a unique historic opportunity, the trajectory is clear. The trajectory is the acceptance of Israel in the region, no terror, safety for all, and development of the Middle East towards a better future. But there's one thing in Petraeus' comments that in my mind suffered from a certain naivete in the way you focus on it. The truth of the matter is that our soldiers were shocked in the infrastructure that they found in Gaza, meaning in so many houses there were tunnels leading to the command and control centers of Hamas, to places where hostages are held, to huge amount of ammunition. It's a whole school of military operational tactics that were basically strategy. They filled up Gaza on behalf of Iran and Hamas as a terror base to be launched against Israel. It's clearly a wake-up call also for Israel. Same goes, by the way, for southern Lebanon. You know that we unraveled about 85,000 weapons of all sorts, from missiles to rifles, throughout the little strip that we took over and cleaned up in southern Lebanon. So meaning that we have an issue here, how to make sure that this does not recur. We are still under the trauma and the post-trauma of October 7th. Let's not elude ourselves. We have to learn the lessons and make sure that there is clear security. When I spoke in Congress 3 months before the war, in a joint session, I said that it is only terror which is blocking peace. And now I think, and especially in light of President Trump's speech yesterday about terror organizations, I truly believe that there has to be a major world effort against terror. And this is one of them. Terror is creating havoc in Africa, in all sorts of regions around the world. We must fight terror.
So you talked about transforming the region, and part of that clearly would be if Israel and Saudi Arabia could have relations, because that would almost certainly then trigger a broader Arab reconciliation with Israel. The Saudi government has made clear that in order for that to happen, they need to see, in the foreign minister's words, permanent and irreversible steps toward a Palestinian state. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia has talked about a return to 67 borders. Is Israel willing to make those kind of concessions to get to that transformed state of relations?
So I would say, first of all, that the grand vision, and it's something that makes so much sense, is that the children of Abraham, Muslims and Jews and Muslims, dwell together in peace in the region of their creation. It is something huge. You read it in the Bible, you read it in the Quran. It is something that after the enormous pain, really pain and enormous tragedies, we should strive for. And I think that a cornerstone for the next step of getting to that dream realized is a normalization, as they call it. But let's be honest, is real dialogue between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia and Israel. Saudi Arabia is a very important country in the region and is, of course, the basin for Islam. And I believe that this must be moved forward. I say it openly. I supported it, and I still support it
but do you
wholeheartedly.
support the conditions
and I think that there is an opportunity now to move forward. Regarding the nitty-gritty or the conditions, I would ignore some of all the statements. I think these things need to be discussed in closed rooms. I assume the Oval Office will be involved in it as well. I think that everybody realizes that this is a step that should radiate to the entire universe. Israel is here in this region forever, and that's why we should aim for it, apart also from the fact that Saudi Arabia itself is a key to regional stability. For example, I can envision that our region will supply energy, solar energy, to Europe, Asia, and Africa. We need for that a combination of all the states. There is an infrastructure available. There was a vision which was laid out by the previous outgoing administration of President Biden, connecting Israel all the way to India, meaning Europe to Southeast Asia and America to Australia through the Eastern Hemisphere. These are big things, and we have to push for all of that.
In that vision, what is your vision for the 7 million Palestinians who live in Israel, in Gaza, and the West Bank? They neither have full political rights in Israel, they are not Israeli citizens, nor do they have full political rights in their own country. What is to happen to them?
So we should strive for peace, and they deserve to have peace just like us. And, but it requires them to disseminate and understand that terror is out of the question under any circumstances. And unfortunately, even now, in these very hours, we are fighting and combating terror in the Jenin area, which is under the Palestinian Authority's rule. I believe that there will be a moment after the enormous pain and after the rules are set, which mean no more terror, that there will be a moment where we'll have to have a real peace with our Palestinian neighbors. And I dream of that day, but it will take time.
Does that include a Palestinian state?
It includes many ideas, because the idea of the two-state solution is something which, on record, I supported in the past many times. But I would say that I had a wake-up call following October 7th, in the sense that I want to hear my neighbors say how much they object, regret, condemn, and do not accept in any way the terrible tragedy of the terror attack of October 7th and the fact that terror cannot be the tool to get there. I mean, you know, innocent civilians were butchered, raped, abducted, burned to death. People who are the biggest peace activists, we had to go to DNA labs all over the world to identify their bodies. Hostages are still in the dungeons of Gaza. This doesn't work this way. If we are dignified human beings, it is unacceptable under any norm.
Let me ask you about something that happened in Israel. The head of the IDF, very respected Lieutenant General, resigned because he felt it was important to take personal responsibility for the failure of October 7th. Should that be the extent of it, or is there also political responsibility, for example, in creating a division between the Palestinian Authority and Gaza, in funding Hamas indirectly through the Qataris as a way of keeping the Palestinian leadership divided? Were those also failures of Israeli strategy for which somebody should be held accountable?
So first, let's explain to the public here that in the last hour, the Chief of Staff, General Halevi, submitted a letter announcing that he will be retiring in March. And I made a statement commending him. He's an outstanding hero of Israel who took responsibility both originally and in his letter for the failure of the IDF to block and prevent the horrific attack of October 7th. This, of course, does not derogate from the real responsibility which lies on Hamas, of course. And I also made a statement that there is a national need to inquire in depth. My wife and I, we've paid bereavement calls and visits and meetings with over 1,000 bereaving Israeli families of all faiths, religions, styles of life, and political views. Incredible nation we have, and I'm very, very proud. But there's enormous pain and agony, and many of these families say to us, we want to submit our position. We know from our kid on October 7th what happened at 8 a.m. in the morning. Or soldiers who fought, or wounded, or ordinary Israelis, they are seeking, and that is why I repeated my call for a National Inquiry Commission. The National Inquiry Committee is by Israeli law an instance, a tribunal that can investigate this in depth. And then, of course, you'll have the political ramifications you're alluding to. Not only that, we are a democracy. Everything is debated out in the open. We are a very vibrant, successful democracy. With all its challenges and problems, it is impressive to see how the debate goes on in hundreds of websites, in demonstrations in the streets, in public debates and so forth and so on, and TV channels and in the parliament. And I'm sure that will be at the end discussed and deliberated when election comes.
You are a democracy, but there are, as you know, many friends of Israel. I'm thinking of people like Richard Haas in the United States who say, if Israel continues on its current path, though, with 7 million Palestinians who do not have political voice, it will not be able to be, in the long run, a Jewish democratic state. So there is a tension.
We understand that there must be a political move forward on the Palestinian front. But one has to understand the state of mind of Israelis. To come after such a horror and a national trauma, surrounded from 7 different frontiers, and expect Israelis to say, hey guys, we are just, we are withdrawing, we're pulling out from that settlement or otherwise, that's not realistic at all. It doesn't make sense to Israelis. They need to see something that makes sense in terms of their personal security and safety. There were many efforts in the past. There will probably be new efforts now. That is why I think the trajectory of moving forward with Saudi Arabia, with Arab countries, which of course puts the Palestinian issue as a focal point in the discussions, is something which makes more sense to me.
At the World Economic Forum this week, there is also one of the representatives of Iran here, Javad Zarif, the vice president, former foreign minister, the man who negotiated the nuclear deal. Do you have any message for him? Is there any possibility of a dialogue?
I'm not sure he is directly involved anymore in the real decision-making process through the Iranian leadership, although he holds title. The JCPOA was one venue that collapsed. And the real issue is that in the interim, we've seen that parallel to developing more and more capabilities which threaten world stability, I mean, that nation goes on and on and on and on, spending billions on account of its citizens, just to create havoc, terror, pain, undermine. It's unbelievable. It's a nation with great history, a great culture, and they've deviated into a rogue state, which calls the only nation state in the world that calls for the annihilation of another nation state. So that is why we're very suspicious, meaning we believe that there has to be clear message set by world leadership to the Iranians, no more. And we try to explain it. Look, our homes were attacked by Iranians. We were under sirens in shelters. Of course, we took serious steps back against them. But it has to be clear that this is unacceptable in the new era that was declared yesterday. Let's hope for that.
Finally, taking into account everything you've said, I want to take us back to the fundamental question of Israel's security situation, which to me looks like it is massively improved. Syria, Assad is gone, Iran is weakened, right?
Yeah.
Does that all leave you more optimistic, or because of all the the real issues, are you more wary than optimistic?
No, I'm actually definitely more optimistic. And I think, our people, our nation, has shown immense resilience. People left their homes, people older than you and me even, all the way up to the age of 96, volunteered and went to the army. Many of them are still serving hundreds and hundreds of days, leaving everything behind, simply to make sure that it doesn't happen again. This is the message we got. That is why, think about the enormous pain that was involved in getting to the hostage deal, which every Israeli wants to see them home, but is worried. We don't want this to return. We want to change the reality to the better. We did that in many ways. And of course, with the support of allies and the United States of America. But at the end, it was our people, our heroes, and many paid with their lives. So I am absolutely optimistic. I'm always optimistic about the eternity of Israel. But when it comes to the details, as you can see, I want to be lucid, mainstream, cautious. And I think we can do both. Strive to continue to change, not only by way of military operations, but also by way of diplomacy, but also never lose sight of the risks.
President Herzog,
thank you very much.
Great pleasure.
As always. That was terrific.
Thank you all.
Department of Government Efficiency, and look forward to looking how we can be more efficient and effective, but that is simply not the case. And to say so is the American people are smart, they see through it, they support Elon Musk. We are proud to be the country of such successful entrepreneurs. That is one of our greatest strengths as Americans.
Let me share with you what a few Americans have said about it. Evan Kilgore, a right-wing political commentator, wrote on X, "Holy crap, did Elon Musk just Heil Hitler at the Trump inauguration rally? This is incredible. We are so back." Andrew Torba, who's the founder of the right-wing Christian nationalist social platform Gab, said incredible things are happening as he amplified the visual. The Proud Boys chapter in Ohio posted the clip on its Telegram channel with the text Heil Trump. A chapter of the white nationalist group White Lives Matter posted it on Telegram. Thanks for hearing us, Elon. The white flame will rise again. I could keep going. Over and over last night, white supremacist groups and neo-Nazi groups in this country rallied around that visual. Does it concern you that those elements of the neo-Nazi and white supremacist element in the United States believe that what they saw last night was a neo-Nazi salute?
What concerns me is these are the questions you believe are most important to ask to the UN ambassador. I have a very strong record when it comes to combating anti-Semitism. We just had a historic election where President Trump earned historic support from American voters because of his strong leadership combating anti-Semitism, which has been a scourge across the country, skyrocketing since October 7th. So I intend to bring moral clarity to this position and continue to speak out as a voice, as a beacon of light, condemning anti-Semitism at the United Nations, which is representative of President Trump's record and President Trump's promises that he made on the campaign trail.
You are right. These are the questions I choose to ask because I think that your work and the administration's work on anti-Semitism only comes with real impact and credibility if it holds both right and left accountable. I simply don't believe that if a member of the squad made that same gesture last night, that there wouldn't be commentary from you and others. So I want to make sure that our work has credibility, and credibility comes with calling anti-Semitism and anti-Semitism behavior out when it comes from both the right and the left. Let me just turn to one issue that has come up several times and ask you for a quick response. The decision to leave the WHO, I think, is a mistake, but I think you would agree that we are going to need to still find a way to play a role internationally in global public health standards. We do not want to let the Chinese essentially set those rules for us because ultimately pandemics will find a way to us. Can you commit to this committee, notwithstanding the decision to leave the WHO, that you're going to make sure we find a way to have impact on the global stage when it comes to global public health rules?
I support President Trump's decision to leave WHO. I have a record of that. But yes, I think we need to be the leader in terms of global health. I think that's very, very important. And there are programs within the UN that are very committed to global health. We are the leader when it comes to global health. We need to absolutely continue to be so.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Senator Cornyn. You're up next. Oops, I'm sorry. Was Scott? Senator Scott, I'm sorry. You were here at the gavel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. First, congratulations on your appointment to be ambassador to the UN. President Trump made a great choice in nominating you. You are the perfect person to carry out his America First policies on the world stage and defend our best interests. Representative Stefanik, the United States helped fund the United Nations, and the goal was always a forum for the world's governments, especially the great powers, to be able to establish and keep peace if possible. This is clearly not what the UN is today. It has been in the eyes of many of our eyes, just complete failure. So what are your thoughts?
I think that the UN has not lived up to its founding mission of international peace and security. And that was when I discussed this potential role with President Trump. He said there is great potential if it returns to that founding mission. If you look at the anti-Semitism and the amount of resolutions targeting Israel, that is not meeting the mission of international peace and security. So I also think being good stewards of U.S. taxpayer dollars, looking at the organizations within the UN system that work, that function, that are results-based, that are transparent, accountable, and the American people support them, that they support our national security strategy, versus their parts within the UN that I'm deeply concerned about that I think are very in need of reform.
Thank you. Now on to Israel. The UN has a long history of disproportionately targeting Israel with resolutions, inquiries, and sanctions. Specifically, Agenda Item 7, which mandates the discussion of alleged Israeli human rights abuses at every session. This agenda item is unique to Israel and is not applied to any other nation like China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Cuba, or Venezuela, who all have documented severe human rights abuses. Given that U.S. funding indirectly supports investigations and resolutions that single out Israel, What is your plan to increase transparency and accountability in the allocation of UN resources and American taxpayer dollars?
I think this is a key question that I want to work with this committee. The chairman has spoken extensively in various hearings about the importance to know where every dollar goes within the UN system, and that is my commitment to do so, to deliver that transparency and accountability as part of this process, assessing all of our UN programs, our funding, to see if they're effective and if they are supportive of American values. And then if they're not, then we need to have serious conversations with our appropriators.
Thank you. Many UN member states with barbaric human rights records are quick to criticize Israel while avoiding scrutiny for their own bad behavior. How do you plan to hold them accountable?
I think holding them accountable with our voice is very important. Speaking out, that was one of the lessons in the committee hearing with higher education, with the colleges and universities. When you speak out with moral clarity, the world and the American people listen. We need to ensure we have that moral clarity with our U.S. ambassador to the United Nations every single day.
In recent years, there have been calls to withdraw or reduce U.S. funding to UN agencies that are clearly anti-U.S.
So on what basis do you say that? And what do you think his ambitions are?
Sure. Well, three bases. First of all, the things he and his government say. They routinely make broad and specific threats against other nations, to include allies in NATO. They very specifically talk about their dissatisfaction with the current world order and their desire to replace what we see, I believe, to be absolutely vital security architecture such as NATO. He seeks to replace them with something else, something that provides a different set of opportunities for them. So the things they say, to include very threatening things and physically threatening things, I think need to be taken at least at face value. Then there are the intentions of the government, the plans that they lay out, their plans to increase their military by 1/3 in size after the Ukraine conflict, their plans to establish greater military structures on the border of NATO, specifically in northeastern Europe, up against Finland and against the Baltic states. And then finally, there's his demonstrated actions, right? This is not a country that is mildly sitting by and only occupied in Ukraine. This is a country that has been staging sabotage campaigns and other hybrid activities, destabilizing activities, a campaign of destabilization throughout Europe. And so I think in words, intentions, and actions, it's pretty plain that this is not limited in Russia's thinking to the conflict in Ukraine.
But what about those who say, well, they may say all these things and they may be doing these destabilizing things, but Russia's lost hundreds of thousands of people killed and wounded. They haven't got that far, even in eastern Ukraine. So we needn't be that worried in Europe because their performance hasn't been that impressive.
Well, that's not a very good way to think about it, I would say. First of all, President Zelensky this morning, or this afternoon, made a couple of very good points, right? The Russian ground force that went into Ukraine in 2022 numbered a little over 200,000 soldiers. It's over 600,000 now. So while the Russians have certainly lost enormous numbers of soldiers killed and wounded, they've replaced them. And so the Russian military remains large and continues to grow. So I think you have to look at what is and not what was and what happened. You have to look at what is and what is going forward. That's very important.
Okay, so President Stubb, firstly, do you share that analysis that the threat extends beyond Ukraine, but to your country? You border Russia. And what are you doing to prepare for it?
Well, I mean, our base case is that we don't have a direct or imminent military threat from Russia, but we work constantly on the basis of three scenarios. One is, well, what Mark Leonard has called the age of unpeace. So basically, the instruments that were supposed to bring us together are now being used against us. You know, information, technology, energy, trade, interdependence, and the rest of it. So this sort of mid-time, or the type of sabotage that we've seen potentially in the Baltic Sea area. The second scenario we work with is a more sort of full-on hybrid warfare, where we start seeing more serious attacks on cyber, on sabotage, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, the third scenario that we work with is conventional warfare. But right now, we don't see that coming. My basic thesis is very simple. The more you prepare,
the less likely you will end up in a conventional warfare situation. Of course, our military preparedness has been there even during the post-Cold War period, let alone right now.
Right. And in Sweden, I mean, I think Sweden's often been held up to me as a country that does take the Russian threat very seriously. You obviously joined NATO. Is that enough? What else are you doing, both in terms of physical preparedness, but also psychological preparedness for what may be to come?
Yeah. Well, necessary but not sufficient, I would say. I mean, the step to NATO was obviously a big one for Sweden and for NATO. I think was it President Biden saying that Putin wanted a Finlandization of Ukraine, but he got a NATOification of Sweden and Finland. It's a pretty good way of putting it, actually. So that is absolutely needed, but not sufficient. So I mean, after decades of less investments in military defense, but also in other parts of the defense structure, we are increasing rapidly. I would say that the traditional potential for just threatening Swedes through rhetorics, that is pretty limited. Some countries, they get afraid. They have perhaps a Russian-speaking minority. In Sweden, people are mainly, they get mad, basically. But other ways of doing it, disinformation, sabotage attacks, a lot of cyber attacks, stuff like that, we are pretty vulnerable to that. So I think we have a long journey still to walk.
Okay, and Belgium, I mean, it's often said that the countries that are taking the Russian threat seriously are the Baltics, the Nordics, but the rest of the EU, perhaps a bit less. Is that an accurate picture?
Might have been the case in the past. I think the minds have shifted quite a bit, also in Belgium. And I think, Alexander, you talked about what is happening in the Baltic Sea and the acts of sabotage that we've seen there. I mean, in the North Sea, we've seen Russian ships who are doing scientific research for years now. They must know all our fish and our crabs in detail. But that's not what it is about. It's about the underwater infrastructure as well. And we are a major hub, major logistics hub for NATO. So the minds have shifted quite a bit as well. The willingness to invest in security in the broad sense, which means military expenditure, but also securing our industry and having an industry that can feed into that into these military expenses, that is there. And I think the goal is quite clear. You talked about Mr. Putin's ambition. We need to take that ambition away. And there's two elements of taking that ambition away. One is military preparedness, and I think all of us are gearing up our military spending. But the second is also undermining his economic capacity. The sanctions are having an impact on the Russian economy. It is extremely painful for them. On the short term, they're just rallying everything to keep their economy going. But the medium to longer term impact is drastic for their economy. We need to keep that up, and military spending, and keep the sanctions, responsibilizing countries in implementing the sanctions. If you do that on those two dimensions, at some point, that ambition which you talked about is going to evaporate. But it will take time.
Since you mentioned economic pressure, just a quick one. A lot of Russian money is sitting in Belgium, in Euroclear, and people say those assets should be unfrozen and given to the Ukrainians. What do you think?
Well, those assets are frozen under international sanctions. We are a service operator in doing that. The G7 countries agreed to leverage those frozen assets to create a fund of 50 billion. That fund of 50 billion is in action today. I mean, the first tranches of that are being used. That's a very direct way of, on one hand, respecting international law, but also using the proceeds to directly help Ukraine. 50 billion is not nothing. I think there's an important element here. Russia is not respecting any international law. That does not mean that we have to go to that level. Okay. I think it's important that we respect international law. If you don't, I think you lose your reason of speaking.
Okay. Now, Belarus, a lot of people say, well, it's a sad situation, but it's a lost cause. It's not relevant to this wider struggle anymore. Why are they wrong?
I think some people don't see situation in Belarus and in Ukraine as one case, but it is. Because Russia doesn't see no Ukraine, no our country, Belarus, as nations who can choose their future by themselves. But if in Ukraine they suppress nation with tanks, with missiles,
immediate
in Belarus
humanitarian support that is needed as food, water, and also shelter. But then to reconstruct that, and I think for reconstruction there also has to be a framework there, so there is some guarantees that it will not be destroyed for the fourth time, because I think now it's at least it's been rebuilt twice. So we are now at the third, bit like how you count, but will you think the ceasefire has in it also a path towards this, so international donors will be available?
Well, it's included in the agreement that that phase 2 should address the reconstruction. Phase 1 is just addressing the instant needs for the people to rebuild the hospitals, to rebuild bakeries, and the basic requirements for that, providing a supply line for the people over there. But phase 2 should include the reconstruction. And what you have mentioned about 80% of Gaza is destroyed, we believe entire Gaza has been destroyed. It's not just 80%. Looking at the images, and I've mentioned that whatever is broadcasted in the media never made justice for and doesn't represent the reality. The reality is much worse than this, and we will see an uglier images now after the war stopped. There are dozens or hundreds or maybe thousands of people, their bodies, they are still under the rubble, and they didn't find out what are the real number. No one knows the significance of the destruction over there. An entire neighborhood's been wiped out, and looking at satellite images even, it's something horrific when you look at it and you see this small strip that is very highly dense in population being destroyed to that level. Now, when it comes to reconstructions, we believe that, all countries will step up, will try to help the people, and will never punish the people for these kind of things. But also, we cannot have an investment where we are investing in the reconstruction every time, and something happen and it's just get destroyed, and we do it again. That's why I'm saying that there is now a huge requirement and a huge pressure on all of us to look at sustainable solutions where we can sustain peace, where we can also give assurances and comfort for countries to understand that those investments will not go for waste.
And there needs then to be a Palestinian leadership in Gaza that will be able to govern, because we know seeing also challenges on upholding order, and also there is lootings going on and all this. So one possibility then would be that the PA and the leadership under Abu Mazen in the West Bank will then take on a leadership in Gaza. But that's not without its problems either, because we know there is not the best relationship between, of course, Hamas and PLO and Fatah. How do you see this?
Well, look, first of all, when we look at this, the Palestinian people and the Palestinian government, the leadership over there, they are no less than any other country. And I believe that this question needs to be asked to them, how they can reconcile themselves and, to push for a Palestinian leadership that can take over the situation in Gaza. And this is a decision will be made only by the Palestinian. And we have seen and we have heard a lot of countries coming together trying to talk about the day after. This day after cannot happen without Palestinians in it, and Palestinians agree on that shape and how it will look like. Now, we hope that the PA will find an arrangement, they will need to find an arrangement with everyone. It's not only, I'm not talking about Hamas here, but I'm talking about all factions of the Palestinians, that there should be a government that represent everybody, that's be a professional government that take care of the situation in the reconstruction in Gaza, but also this shouldn't happen in isolation from the West Bank, and both of them should be one unit under one governance. That's what we have to push for and we have to support, and I believe if there is a determination, I think we can get there very, very, very soon.
And then there is new concerns about the stability of the government in Ramallah, in the PA. We know that there has been uprisings, there has been conflicts, and there's real speculations now that the security arrangement held up by the PA is very, very vulnerable. Is that something that is that according to what you're getting as information too, and how will this play out? That would be now on top of what has been we're seeing in Gaza, extremely worrisome.
Well, look, looking at the situation in the West Bank and the instability that it's there, yes, it's there, it's happening, and unfortunately there is, we see all these, events that taking place, especially in the last few months. But also we need to look at the picture at its entirety, and looking at what is leading us to this kind of chaos over there and instability in the West Bank. And we have seen that there are settlers who are committing crimes against the Palestinians, and they are just, they can go freely there, and they've never been prosecuted. And we have seen that this is just increasing the hate and increasing the provocation for the Palestinian people. It's not justifying a reaction to harm anyone, but also Palestinian people needs to be protected, and they have the right to be protected. And any Palestinian government that will take over, whether it's in the West Bank and Gaza, if they will be hindered and handcuffed and undermined by the Israelis, it will never work this way. That's why we've been talking about sustainable solution that can create peace, gives the Palestinians their right, give the security assurances and the guarantees for the Israelis. And we wanted to see a region where the Israelis and the Palestinians living side by side peacefully.
We also have to look at the developments that are moving in the right direction. I started with thanking you for the Gaza ceasefire, being instrumental there. I know how hard you have worked on this, and also the ceasefire and the hostages. In the last months, we also have seen big changes in the rest or in the Levant, with new president in Lebanon, Hezbollah being weakened, Hamas is weakened also in Gaza, and then we have a new leadership in Damascus. And I think you were just visiting in Damascus before you came here, and I think Qatar and you yourself have been very clear on former President Assad. I don't think you had started any kind of rapprochement there. So I guess you also are someone that the new government in Damascus is listening to. So what is your take? Are you cautiously optimistic that there will be an inclusive approach and not the winner takes it all?
Well, I believe that, cautious optimism, you see it around the region right now. And as I maybe mentioned in the previous panel, that, unfortunately, we had a very bad year in the Middle East with wars and destruction and innocent people being killed. And, we had some good starts for 25. Lebanon got their president after 2 years. Syria, we have seen a collapse of a brutal regime that killed and displaced his own people. And look, us in Qatar, we took that stand based on our principles that we cannot accept reintegrating war criminal and just, having him, get this kind of immunity from what he did and the crimes he committed. And we have seen that if we will accept such a thing once, it will set precedent for any leader to just go around and to kill his own people without being held accountable. We have seen this collapse that happened for the regime in Syria in days. And, as Lenin said, that there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happens. Yeah. And this is what happened exactly in Syria. And
in Lebanon too, you would include, or not so?
Well, I believe Syria, this is like more applicable to them than anyone else because of the nature of the conflict over there.
You think it started in Lebanon, had that, what happened in Lebanon with Hezbollah was also what led to the collapse of Assad in Syria?
If you ask me what's personally I think Gaza started everything.
Yeah.
And that's basically, the nature of the region that's very interconnected. And when you look at the development now in Syria and engaging with the new leadership over there and the new administration in Syria, we should be cautiously optimistic because no one is knowing them. And we are engaging with them for the first time. We've been listening and we've been seeing some of, very right steps. Also, we should set the expectations right for them. They came to power in days that no one was expecting. And things will need time to stabilize, and they need to be enabled to help to stabilize things. We need to help and preserve the state institutions. Yes, there is, no strong institutions in the states, but there are some skeletons over there that we need to help to preserve and to protect and to help them to provide the basic services and need for their own people, and to help them within the international community to start to engage in the right way and to be also, create a path for them moving forward to stabilize Syria. And I don't think there is any disagreement around the world about the goal that we need in Syria. We need to see Syria a safe country, a stable country, and we need this to work. The failure in Syria shouldn't be an option for anyone, nor any other country, because we have seen the chaos, what's created for us in the region. And we can just imagine if things go south in the current situation in Syria, it might be much worse than what we have seen in the last 13 years. Now, moving forward about inclusiveness, about having a representative government, that's what we all want to see happening in Syria. And the current administration over there in Syria and meeting with the Shara, we've been hearing all the right things. And they are open to this. They are engaging with everyone right now. And I believe we should give them the space and the time to engage with everyone and to reach the understanding how this representation will happen and how they are going to move forward. And all of us, we would like to see a roadmap that is clear for the path forward for us as countries in the region to also, that will help us to help them in moving in the right direction, but also for the international community to feel comfortable engaging and start investing in Syria. And I believe the potential in Syria and the region will be huge, will be significant. We will see development that's happening in a speed where we never expected if things goes in the right direction and things get stable. The Syrian people are outstanding people. They are innovative. They create opportunities out of nothing. We have seen them around the world. We have seen the contribution that they have contributed to different countries that they came as refugees to those countries. In some countries, they started as refugees that needs help. They became employers, main employers for these countries' citizens. So there is a huge potential in the Syrian people that we see great opportunities ahead of us. It's just, we need to help them and we need to avoid any spoilers to undermine this happy moment for the Syrian people.
And incentivize it, I guess, also the right reforms. And I think we've already seen 200,000 Syrians returning also to Syria. Just coming back to the bigger picture of the region, we were very close to a full-fledged war between Israel and Iran a few months ago. How do you see this now, also with the new president in the US? Trump was not in favor of the JSPOA, so he killed that one last time he was president. But at the same time, he also saying that he wants peace, no wars. How worried are you about a full-fledged war between Israel and Iran? Is it now unlikely, but with huge consequences if it happens, or is that wishful thinking?
I think that looking, at what happened in the last year, any attack on any country in the region, whether it's Iran or in Israel, is just increasing the likelihood and the probability for a full-fledged war. And we should avoid this and prevent this from happening. Now, we have been through multiple events where things were heated up and it got diffused. I hope that we diffuse this completely now. Now, what's happening in Gaza and the ceasefire is a positive development that's happened for the region that we need to build on it. Now, from our perspective as State of Qatar, we are a small country. We are
punching above your weight, huh?
No, it's about depends what scale you are using for our weight. Anyway, but we are situated in a
semiconductors or for energy. I think that process has been going on for some time. Now, on the fact that you have a new president, what we have to do is be careful to not every day be in a reactive mode. And it's quite easy to do so. I can imagine that every day there is something coming from Washington that we feel that we should react on. I don't think we should, because that puts us in a reactive mode, and that's not the position we as Europeans want to be. Though I think that sometimes we do have to react. For example, if Turkey, which is also a NATO ally, would talk about the Greek islands the way the United States have talked about Greenland, I think we would all be furious. So I think that on certain occasions we have to be clear and say, look, this is unacceptable, and this is a red line. I think beyond all the statements and all the communication, maybe you also need to look at some of the concerns of the United States, and some of those concerns I think are legitimate concerns. The United States have had a trade deficit for years now with Europe. that is an issue. I think we should address it. And I think we should find moments where you find things that make economic sense and that also make geopolitical sense. We want to detach from Russian gas. We should do it faster than what we're doing today. Well, maybe one of the options is just buy more LNG in the United States. It would help on the trade deficit from a geopolitical point of view. It makes sense. I could imagine that in semiconductors, we can match geopolitics and economics, and you can do that in defense spending as well. That, I think, is the real work. It's not reacting on the tweets and the statements and so on, but some of the concerns of the United States, I think we need to acknowledge that they are legitimate concerns, just as we Europeans also, I think, have legitimate concerns which we should communicate.
Interesting. Okay, well, there are loads more issues. I'd love to come up with talk a bit more about the sabotage, which General Cavalli mentioned, but I would also like to give the audience a chance to ask some questions. So, anybody want to stick their hand up? Yeah, just in front of me there. If you could say who you are, that's always helpful. And
thank you very much. I'm a journalist from Chinese media, Caixin, and I'm wondering that it seems that the Donald Trump administration has already shown some inclination to invite China into the potential negotiation process for Ukraine. So what will be yours, the European leaders, your candidate suggestion towards Chinese side when regarding the China's role in the following up process, especially when it comes to Europe want to contribute to a fair, just, and reliable
Who wants to take that one? I won't ask all five of you to comment, or we'll run.
Okay. Well, I think there are three key principles when we're dealing with any kind of a settlement on Ukraine. The first one is independence, the second one is sovereignty, and the third one is territorial integrity. In my mind, Ukraine must retain and maintain its independence. In my mind, Ukraine must retain its sovereignty. In other words, it has to have the right to choose whether it wants to join NATO and or the European Union. And of course, the territorial integrity is a key element of international law. I don't think there should be peace in Ukraine without Ukraine. I don't think there should be peace in Ukraine without Europe. There might be a transaction at the end of the day.
And can China play a role, though? I mean, do you trust the Chinese? Because some people think they're so close to Russia.
In October, I had the privilege of spending 3.5 hours with President Xi Jinping in Beijing on a state visit. And of course, our agenda was mainly focused on Ukraine and Russia. And my plea to him was, because he's in such a strong position with Russia right now, that if he wants to be a peacemaker, he can influence Putin. But that, of course, does not mean that the final peace settlement will be a Chinese or a Russian peace settlement. We'll see what President Trump and General Kellogg come up with. I think 24 hours has become 3 to 6 months. I think that's the window of opportunity where we see things happening. I also have the privilege of having a one-on-one with President Zelensky tonight, so I'm sure I'll be wiser after that.
Okay.
But of course, I agree with that, but as long as China is so obviously enabling Russia's war against Ukraine, it's hard to see any kind of fast ways for including them right now. Nobody would be happier than me if China could become a constructive part of that peace, but at least it has to start with not enabling the war.
Yeah.
Impact on Russia is the key.
Right, okay. There's a bunch of people behind me. Does anybody want to ask a question in this section of the room? No, I think we're okay here. Yeah, over there.
Hi, I'm from the Philippines. I just wanted to ask, less from the perspective of China towards Ukraine and Russia, but do you think there are any parallels from your discussion tonight with regards to what's happening in Asia Pacific and also all over the planet? And just wondering if you think that there's any, I guess, universal lessons or values or anything that could be drawn that we should be
General, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. I think the universal lessons, go to what President Stubb talked about a minute ago. Independence, territorial integrity, sovereignty, the interconnection of all those things. Those are just fundamental to international relations and responsible behavior among states. So if we start from that, there are plenty of lessons to be learned from this conflict, and there are plenty of echoes that we see in other parts of the world. Some of them are very obvious, some of them are a little bit more subtle. I think what is very much a transportable lesson from this conflict is the importance of military strength, to go to the name of your panel, Gideon, the importance of military strength to maintaining peace and to reestablishing peace when peace fails. I think that's fundamental. I think you hear that in the words of everybody around this roundtable this evening, and I think it's a realization that we've come back to as a collection of democracies recently as a result of this war.
Okay. Now, an issue that's come up a little bit is the sabotage campaign in the Baltic Sea. I'd be interested, you know, we've got several people who have an interest in that. Actually, General, sorry, again, what's happening as far as you know?
Sure. The Russians and before them the Soviet state have a long history of using what they called active measures to destabilize potential adversaries. And I believe that's what we see going on. This is a destabilization campaign. It's intended to intimidate the nations that are the subjects of it. It is intended to affect our decision-making, and it's necessary to protect ourselves against it and stand up to it, which is exactly what individual nations are doing. Here I very much salute Sweden and Finland for their actions over the last year in this regard, and it's necessary for us to stand up collectively as well. NATO has done exactly that. As you know, we've stood up a special operation in the Baltic Sea in the last couple of days. We did it on just a couple of days' notice in order to protect allies from this sort of behavior and to work with sovereign nations, members of the alliance, as they apply their own legal authorities to the problems that are...
So what specifically is that force in the Baltic Sea doing?
Well, it's making sure we know everything that's going on the sea and in the sea and above the sea in the Baltic, and then directing the relevant information to the competent authorities. As you know, in these questions, it's a very complicated jurisdiction. Some of it's commercial property, some of it's state property, some of it's taking place inside national boundaries, some of it's taking place in international boundaries. So the key thing we can do is pass the relevant information to the correct authority, or if we are required to take action ourselves.
President Stubb, I mean, our undersea cables, is that basically what we're talking about, and the threat that communications cables are going to be cut?
Yeah, I mean, we have a very vast critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. Some of it's data cables, other energy cables, can be gas or electricity. And, you know, Ulf and I experienced in the past year 3 incidents. In the first particular case, about a year plus ago, it was a Chinese ship that dragged its anchor and tore a couple of cables. Then about a month and a half ago, there was one in close to Swedish territorial waters. And we were able to board that ship, but not take it on board. And then the final case happened on the 25th of December, very close to Finnish territorial waters. And we put in front an operation which then later on became, I guess, called the Finnish model. And the key here is that the private sector, in other words, the provider of the cable, informs the authorities. And this happened within about an hour, hour and a half. After that hour, authorities located the 2 possible ships that could have been the case, identified one, took one of our military or coastline ships close to it and helicopters to hover over, saw that the anchor was down, stopped the ship and ordered it to move to Finnish territorial waters for investigation. And everything worked out really well. It was pretty much a 24, 48-hour operation. The key authorities there are the border, the customs, police, and the Navy. And we were able to contain it. And that's why we then decided, together with Estonia, Sweden, and the other Baltic Sea states, to have a summit meeting on the 14th of December, together, of course, with NATO, led by the Secretary General, where we announced the Baltic Sentry operation of NATO, where we announced action on critical... We announced action on taking care of the shadow fleet. So in many ways, I think successful operation, well, not on the ground, but in the sea, and then also hopefully strategically communicating very clearly to Russia and others that don't do this again.
There is a discussion going on right now, not least in intelligence kind of circles. Can you prove it's intentional? You know, that's a legitimate question. And normally, you know, it's very hard to prove things being intentional. On the other hand, you can say we don't believe in, such randomly things just starting to happen. Vessels suddenly starting to drag their anchor for tens of kilometers, and so when things start happening that are very unlikely, they might not be so unlikely. So you need to take this very seriously. We don't easily throw out accusations, of course, as governments, but we do take it very seriously, and the potential damage is equally big, regardless whether it is intentional or, as they put it, very bad seamanship. Yeah. Because if cables and electricity is being cut off, it has really serious consequences.
And are there also risks that you actually might have fatalities from some of this? Because another thing that people have pointed to is these bombs that have been put on.
I'm more worried about an environmental catastrophe. I mean, the reason we need to contain and control the shadow fleet is that a lot of the ships are very old, kind of run down, and they have a masses of oil. So we're really worried about our Baltic Sea, that something might be happening there. And I think it's in the interest of all of us around the Baltic Sea, including Russia, that it doesn't get contaminated. But now we come to the question earlier from the Philippines, freedom of navigation. So one of the things that we decided also to do is to look at the different measures in which we can prevent these types of events from happening without violating international law. It's a complicated matter.
So let me just finish, because we've only got about 4 minutes left, by talking specifically about the situation in Ukraine. It looks from reports that Russia has been advancing slowly. How do you see the war evolving over the next year, General? I mean, are you worried that Ukraine could lose quite rapidly?
No, I'm not worried that Ukraine could suddenly lose. I don't see the potential for a massive breakdown or massive breakthrough. And that's not a political, that's a military judgment. And it's got to do with both sides, the effective defenses that the Ukrainians have been putting in, but also the difficulty that the Russian side has in generating significant offensive forces to be able to exploit a potential breakthrough. So I think we'll see a lot more of the same sort of incremental advances we've seen. They are exhausting for Russia. I mean, there's a reason Russia brought thousands and thousands of soldiers from North Korea in to help fight. It's because Russia also is having manpower problems. So I think we'll continue to see this tension between a desire to advance and the shortage of manpower on the Russian side. I think that will define much of the conflict, and it will push the Russians to use a lot more standoff weapons, as you've seen them increasingly do over the past years. Destructive weapons, but rarely decisive weapons in terms of overturning a government or imposing a complete defeat.
But if this is the last big package of USA, the last one was passed, if no more comes through, does that change the situation?
Well, first of all, I think, that's a hypothetical that we've got to be careful with. But secondly, I would call attention to the very significant uplift in European aid that's been sent, especially in terms of munitions. There has been a significant increase in the output of artillery shells and rockets from our European allies who have been contributing in huge numbers to Ukraine. And I expect to see that continue, and I expect to see it increase as well.
Okay, so from the European leaders here, if America pulls back even a little bit, is Europe capable of filling the gap and keeping Ukraine in the fight?
Maybe let's take a step back. What would be the advantage for Mr. Trump to pull back? Exactly. Would it be to say, Mr. Putin, you were right and you won? I find that a very hard argument for him. So, and you say that there's a military judgment. The military judgment is linked to political judgment. That is a core political judgment. There's none of the European countries that want to say, Mr. Putin, go ahead, you did this with Ukraine. Now you wait 2-3 years to replenish yourself, and then you have a go at another European country. There's no European country that would agree to it. And I have a hard time to believe that that would be a strategic objective of the United States.
But there are two short answers. One is, yes, we can do more. We can do more as Europeans. And our strongest argument to the US to make them stay committed is for the Europeans to be role models. That's the only way for us to really be trustworthy when we ask the Americans also, American taxpayers, please stay committed to what's happening in Ukraine.
President?
Fully agree. Look at it from Putin's perspective. This was supposed to be over in 3 days. We're into it for 3 years. He was supposed to make Ukraine Russian. It's European. He was supposed to keep NATO at bay, stronger than ever. He was not supposed to get NATO on his border, just doubled the border of NATO through Finland and later on with Sweden. So we'll just have to keep at it.
And from Belarus, are you confident that in the end Putin is going to lose, or do you think he could win?
You know, you are talking so much about weapon, physical weapon, but I have to say that a weapon is senseless without brave people. So let's think first of all about investment to people. You know, you know, because I'm here just in a little bit different position because I'm a nation that needs support and your countries who are providing support. And I believe how it's important not to lose trust into your allies, not to get this feeling of being betrayed at the moment, you know, because when you have this, you know, sense that you are abandoned, you are forgotten, that countries don't pay attention, you know, to you or not keep you in focus, it's really demoralize people, and they lose trust into democracy, and it's very important. They lose trust in neighbors, and it's not only about Belarus or Ukraine; it's about members of European Union as well, because now I live in Lithuania. It's a wonderful country, very brave, principled, but when I'm talking to Lithuanians, they're also not sure, just in the case Russia will come to Lithuania, that NATO alliance will come and protect them. So because they see that, you know, assistance to Ukraine, you know, is decreasing, so not so much attention, so they really want to, I want you to keep trust in each other. This is important. You might have, you know, dozens of tanks and helicopters and so on and so forth, but if people don't believe in your capability, you know, to support each other and come and rescue your ally, so
the previous 4 years when you have had an emboldened Iran that has led to directly the October 7th terrorist attack against Israel and Hezbollah firing tens of thousands of rockets against Israeli civilians.
Let's move to another topic. You and I talked about the deep rot in the United Nations when it comes to supporting terrorism against America and our allies, especially Israel. As you discussed with Senator McCormick, UNRWA has for decades provided material support for Hamas and other terrorist groups in Gaza. The World Health Organization has also been deeply complicit in the use of hospitals by Hamas for terrorist activities, including for the holding of hostages. The complicity of these organizations deepened after October 7th. The Biden administration embraced UNRWA and the World Health Organization. Congress prohibited the Biden administration from funding UNRWA, but the administration officials circumvented that prohibition by using UNRWA infrastructure. Yesterday, the president rightly and immediately withdrew our participation from them. I think that was a critical first step, but the next step is to enable American citizens to hold these organizations accountable. We currently have a very odd legal environment where these organizations enjoy more sovereign immunity than states, and thus are shielded from accountability. Last Congress, I introduced the Liable Act and was joined by 4 current members of this committee, including, as well as, Secretary of State Rubio. The bill will allow American victims of terrorism and their family to sue international organizations that support terrorism against this. I will soon reintroduce it in this Congress. What is your understanding of the role these organizations have played in facilitating terrorism against Americans, Israelis, and our allies?
Well, UNRWA, there were individuals in UNRWA who participated, who executed and committed terrorist acts against Israel on October 7th. Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, carried an UNRWA passport. You had a Hamas data center under UNRWA headquarters. So the rot is deep. Congress made the right decision. I was proud to be one of the leaders when it came to defunding UNRWA. And I am committed to holding them accountable and working with the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House and the President if that legislation passes.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congresswoman Stefanik, it's good to see you again. When we met last week, we talked about your strategy for jumping in and getting up to speed among the many career diplomats at the United Nations. What can you say here today about how you will tackle that problem set of facing people who've been there for a long time and who may have long established relationships and experience at the UN headquarters?
I think it's very important to build on their significant experience. Right now, there's the transition happening. If confirmed, I hope to dig in and gain their expertise, particularly the regional expertise that many of the officials within the State Department serving at the US-UN mission. It's very important, particularly in the technical aspects and some of the technical organizations and some of the regional challenges within the UN system. Typically, the deputy permanent rep is a career, although presidentially appointed, and I will support the president's nominee, but our hope is that that will bring career expertise from within the State Department and an understanding of the UN system.
Will you commit to proactively engaging the rotating members of the Security Council and investing time, particularly in relationships throughout those who represent the Global South?
Yes, that is very important. It was an issue that you and I discussed, Senator, and was actually asked in previous parts of this hearing. It's incredibly important. If you look at China's inroads in the Global South, it's one of the greatest challenges that we face when you look at the UN voting habits of various countries. So we need to build upon our regional organizations and push back on Chinese influence in that region, and that starts with engagement.
Thank you. Shifting gears to Southeast Asia. The crisis in Myanmar feels like it is only escalating as the years pass since the Tatmadaw took control in 2021. Millions of people are internally displaced, and there are hundreds of thousands of Karen displaced in Thailand and nearly 1 million Rohingya displaced into Bangladesh. Although we've had UN Security Council Resolution 2669 since 2022, ASEAN's 5 points consensus since 2021, and increasing sanctions targeting the military junta, there is no sign to an end in sight for this crisis. It's also created a ripe environment for criminal activity, with cyber scam centers engaging in human trafficking and enriching themselves by targeting people with fraud. This has a major economic impact, including on people here in the United States who find themselves targeted. If confirmed as UN ambassador, what ideas would you have to get after some of the challenges that make up this really complex case? I'm not asking you to single-handedly solve the conflict, but can you touch on how you would work with regional bodies like ASEAN, especially under the Malaysian chairmanship year, or Thailand, our longest treaty ally of the United States, or the Philippines, where we have a security alliance, UN sub-agencies or other entities to break through the stalemate the world find ourselves in when it comes to Myanmar?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. This needs to be among the top priorities when it comes to standing up with human rights, and I'm grateful for the Congress and the Senate for having such a bipartisan record when it comes to standing up for human rights. I hope to return that to a top priority when the U.S. has the opportunity to chair the Security Council, and I think building on these regional organizations like ASEAN is very important. I myself led a delegation with House Armed Services Committee colleagues, House Intelligence colleagues. We went to Thailand. We have gone to other ASEAN countries on that visit and working with them within the region, because it's so important to the security in the region and the values that we strongly support in the region. You point out Thailand as our longest ally, oldest ally in the region. That's a very important relationship, and you have my commitment to continue to build on that. And I also think, ASEAN in this particular human rights challenge that you pointed out, but I think we ought to build on these international organizations like AUKUS, the Quad writ large within the UN, because I think that helps continue to expand our ability to deliver diplomatic results.
Thank you. I very much look forward to working with you in your new position. Congratulations.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth.
Thank you,
back, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth. Senator Shaheen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple more follow-up questions. Let me also, though, first recognize Congressman Joe Wilson, who I'm sure is here in support of Congresswoman Stefanik. So nice to have representation from the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Thank you. Congresswoman, the UN Security Council recently renewed the mandate for EUFOR Althea in Bosnia and Herzegovina through November 2025. It's been a constant challenge, and I worry that the UN-backed peacekeeping mission is needed now more than ever, perhaps in greater force because of the Republic of Srpska leader Milorad Dodik, who is sanctioned by the U.S., and he continues his secessionist threats. So if confirmed, will you commit to building consensus for maintaining that peacekeeping mission in the long term?
Yes.
Thank you. Another area that I'm concerned about is the work of the International Organization on Migration and the UN Refugee Agency, which is supporting thousands of displaced from the Russian-occupied territory. We know we have about 7 million Ukrainian refugees globally, 3.6 million internally displaced in Ukraine. Moldova, which is sandwiched between Ukraine and has significant Russian influence, hosts refugees that are equivalent to 5% of its population. It's dependent on UN humanitarian support especially. So if confirmed, will you continue to support these critical humanitarian operations in Ukraine and Moldova?
I think it is important that we take a look at all of our UN entities and all of our UN agencies to make sure that they deliver results and represent our values. And I want to work with the National Security Council and Secretary Rubio to do an assessment, make sure that it's results focused, and get back to you once we do that. But I want to work with Marco on that.
Good. Well, that's fair. And I think it's in our interest to help ensure that those countries who are impacted by the fallout from the conflict have the support to be able to withstand Russian influence so that they don't also fall as the result of conflict. And let me also register my support for the UNIFIL mission. Again, I think it's one that we need to examine and see how we ensure that they continue to be a strong bulwark against Hezbollah and what's happening in Lebanon, but we need to ensure that there is somebody there to address the peacekeeping that needs to continue now as the result of Lebanon has actually made some real progress in getting a president in place and a prime minister who are outside of the influence of Hezbollah. I think anything we can do to ensure that continues is really important. With that said, I also want to go back to Syria because you talked a little bit about your the concern about HTS and what they will continue to do in Syria has come up in the questioning. The fall of Assad probably dealt as big a blow to Iran and Russia as anything that's happened in the Middle East in recent years. And I think it's important for us to think about how we fill that vacuum, because if we don't, or if those people who support freedom, support the opportunity for self-determination for the Syrian people, then we know that Iran and Russia and other players will come back into the region. So can you talk a little bit about how you think we can ensure that humanitarian aid continues to get through into Syria and that the UN can engage to ensure that we don't have our adversaries filling that vacuum?
I'm deeply concerned about our adversaries filling that vacuum. I also think that it's important that we continue to ensure that there is not another reign, frankly, of terror against the Syrian people. It's a very complex, there are open questions, and I want to work with Secretary Rubio and President Trump to ensure we have a real verification process. Go back to Reagan, trust but verify. I think that's really, really important before I make any commitments here today. And certainly
take military equipment from the US. Why don't we combine our purchases on the European level? So there is so much what we can do on the European side. I think he will be an interesting a partner for us, provided we are on the European side knowing what we want in common.
I think Trump already said that to avoid future tariffs, Europe had to buy more LNG.
Sure.
And also increase the military expenditures. But you do have also a defense industry yourself in Germany.
We do, but we are not having enough. The European defense industry is not strong enough to provide our military with the equipment we need. So I had a meeting with the EPP party leaders, the European People's Party, which is my party family on the European level. We met on Friday and Saturday in Berlin. We had there one state president, 9 prime ministers, 5 deputy prime ministers, several opposition leaders from the entire European Union, and we agreed on 2 things. The one is a deep cut into the European currency, the European bureaucracy, not currency, sorry, a deep cut into.
Some would say that part of a currency too.
To preserve the strength of our currency. And the second was military procurement has to be more simple, standardized, and the question of scale. Mario Draghi made this in his report on the competitiveness of the European industry. Scale is one of the key answers to our strength, and we have to use our scale of the economies of scale, which is lagging behind what we can really do in this European.
Competition is very important in the market, but do you think we have gone too far, become more Catholic than the Pope when it comes to underlining competition law and not letting companies merge and build stronger units in Europe? Will you change that?
I have a personal view on that. In my view, the European competition law, especially the merger control directive, is too rigid. I give you 2 examples. The one was the already mentioned merger of German Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange, which was not allowed by the DG4. The second was the famous example of Siemens and Alstom years ago, not allowed on merger control. So the relevant market for European companies is no longer just the European one. It's the global market. And we have to be competitive on the global market. And that's the reason why I'm in favor to change this regulation. It's not a question of execution. It's a question of the basic regulation. And the merger control, in my view, even as a lawyer, my view is it is too rigid. And the market is seen too narrow. The relevant market is no longer just the European one.
When you speak with Macron, this is on a separate note, you have a common challenge because he has competition on the right. And you also have competition on the right with AFD. Do you ever then discuss how to deal with that? What is the best recipe for conservative Christian democratic parties in Europe now to deal with the far right?
The simple answer on that is resolve the problems which are seen by the people. This is migration, this is anxiousness all day in terms of labor market, working places, criminality, and so on. And frankly, for us, for Germany, the situation is still easier than it is actually for France, because they have their presidential system. It's much more complicated to come to an agreement between the president and the parliament. The presidential system in France is giving some disadvantages to the president because it's so unbalanced between the president and the parliament. In my view, the German system is still better than the French system is, but we are faced with the same challenges coming from the right-wing populists, and my clear answer is resolve the problems in the center of the democratic parties of our system, and then they will become not stronger, but they will be weakened over time.
I guess you follow also the situation south of Germany and Austria, where the Conservative Party and the right-wing party might now go in coalition. Any thoughts on that?
Sure. It's a disaster. And the development to this point is quite simple. They tried to moderate and to bring them into the democratic center back by giving them parts of the government. And the right opposite happened. So this is my conclusion for Germany is the clear answer. We will not take these right-wing populists into a government which is led by me. Never. I will not do that. I will try to figure out where we can have our necessary coalitions, and then I will try to get my partners in this coalition convinced that we have immediately to resolve the problems which made them as strong as they are today. I remind you, they came into parliament in 2017 when the first migration crisis happened in Germany. This was their first step in parliament. 2021 again, 2025 most likely again, 2029 we have to try to get them out.
I know you're meeting with President Zelensky later tonight. President Zelensky spoke here today, and he came with, in my view, quite a historical reminder that they're fighting this war on behalf of all of Europe. When Putin started the attacks, he had 200 soldiers. Now he has mobilized 600. And even in such a situation, they're pretty much holding the line. Also, I guess in Germany, and according to the press, the foreign minister ran out of a meeting, cabinet meeting the other day. That I think, you know, that doesn't happen frequently in cabinets. That's at least not my experience in my home country. What would be your what would be your policy on Ukraine, and is that an area will you make compromises?
Well, I very
internally,
much regret that we still have to talk in the third year about this war. And my deep conviction is that if we had gave them better support before, stronger support before, this war could have been over. But now we are in a very critical phase. We don't know yet what the American government will do. And I will tell him the same when I will meet him tonight, as I did shortly before Christmas, that he can rely on us and that we are not fighting a Ukrainian war against Russia, but we are fighting for our freedom, for our societies, for the way of life we are having in this part of the European Union and in this part of Europe, and that we should try to do everything that Putin one day will give up, because he is seeing that he has no chance to win this war and to overtake Ukraine. But this is something which is, from today's perspective, extremely uncertain. And I very much regret that we are in this phase of this terrible war. This war has to come to an end, but this will not come to an end from a position of weakness. This will only come to an end from the position of strength, and for Putin, without any hope to win and to take Ukraine.
A big thank you to Frederick Merz. Vielen Dank. And
many thanks to you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, welcome to the department. Distinguished Mr. Griffin. Yes. Yeah. Want to give a special greeting to Mrs. Rubio. Yes. To your family, to your children, distinguished guests, members of Congress, on behalf of the nearly 80,000 strong officers who are serving the Department of State, a warm welcome. Mr. Mr. Secretary, your career exemplifies a life of public service, advocating for core American interests all over the globe. In these challenging times, we need principled, strong leadership. And that is why we are so happy to have you with your experience, your dedication, and your energy to lead us. Thank you. Your team, who are obviously very happy to see you, have proudly supported so many of your trips abroad, where you've advanced security in the Middle East, helped us to sustain our counterterrorism fight, and inspired so many with your walk across the Simón Bolívar Bridge. Mr. Secretary, the men and women of this department are ready to get to work, advancing the agenda of President Trump and of yourself. And with that, I will welcome you to the Department of State. Colleagues, the 72nd Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a blessing and an honor to be with all of you today. And I want to introduce you to my family. I want you to meet them. We've been able to manage them for the last 20-some years and counting. And so I said this earlier today when the Vice President swore me in. My most important job, I believe the most important job any of us will ever have, is the job we do at home. And I don't mean that both here at home domestically in our politics, but in our lives. And I'm very proud of my wife, my 4 children, and their support. My wife, Jeanette, who her parents immigrated here from Colombia. Anybody here from Colombia? Anybody cover Colombia? And then my oldest daughter, Amanda. Say hello, Amanda. And then came Daniela. And now Anthony. And our youngest, Dominic. So these three are in school, meaning, you know, college and even jobs. We're still working. He's doing good. He's a junior in high school. And obviously, my family beyond that is here, who made this possible. Jeanette's mom, Maria, is here. And my sisters, Barbara and Veronica, are here. And a lot of friends that came from Miami who joined us here today. And I'm grateful. And thank you. I also want to recognize my former colleagues from the congressional branch, who also happen to be appropriators and authorizers. And so I thought it was important. 3 people who I've known for a long time, and by coincidence, Florida is very well represented in the authorization and appropriations in the House. Mario Diaz-Balart, who I've known as a personal friend. We served together in the Florida legislature, in fact, sat next to each other on the floor. Who would have thought, Mario, back in the day? And now here we are, you know, and 2 Cuban Americans. If we had a third, they'd call it a conspiracy, but there's only 2, so we're in shape. Congresswoman Lois Frankel, we also served in the legislature together. Again, I know this. I know it looks suspicious. She just happens to be from Florida as well, and she happened to be on that committee. And then, of course, my colleague, Brian Mast, thank you for being here as well. I have asked them as a personal favor to be nice to each of you who we send over to testify and appear before their committees. So, and to be nice to us when they write those appropriations bills and pass those laws. But we are great. I'm really grateful you would join us, because our partnership will be critically important. I want to thank President Trump for nominating me. This is an extraordinary honor and a privilege to serve in this role. to be here, frankly, to oversee the greatest, the most effective, the most talented, the most experienced diplomatic corps in the history of the world resides in this building. And it's important to remember that obviously they serve our national interest and our foreign policy. They also serve Americans. And as a member of the Senate, we often would get calls, for a brief period of time, panicked calls about passports, as you remember that era, when everyone forgot their passport expired and their cruise was on Saturday and it's Friday, 5 p.m. So we were, why are you guys chuckling? Is that, you know it's true, it happened. And then, of course, but we also serve Americans that sometimes find themselves overseas and lost their passport, or even worse, something terrible or tragic happened and their families are impacted by it. And so it's important, it's an important task, and one that I know is critical to our mission. Beyond that, this is the face of the United States. In fact, if you think about it, for many people on this planet, their only interaction with America, most will never travel here, their only interaction with America in many cases, whether they be leaders or everyday people, will be the men and women who serve us abroad and do so with tremendous integrity and dedication. They are literally the face of our country, whether it's through the aid we've provided or through the services. I also want to say hello, and is this being live streamed somewhere? Are people watching this in all of our missions? Good, I want to thank them. I know they can't be with us here today, and depending on where they are in the world, it's probably not as cold as it's been, at least for a Floridian. So I also think the brilliance of this organization shows by hosting these events indoors, which it's already showing, and we're grateful for that as well. But I want to tell you that I want to thank you, all those who are serving overseas and abroad, some in places that are strong and stable and others that are more tenuous and dangerous. And I want to do something also special. I want to also thank the locally employed staff, the nationals of those countries who work with us. Without their help, without their support, it would be impossible for us to conduct our mission. And in many ways, years later, I've literally run into people in the United States that are either conducting business or visiting as tourists or what have you, and they will tell me they were locally employed they were local employees of our missions abroad, and as a result, their love for our country is never ending. I am new to this department. Today is my first day on the job, literally, but I am not a stranger to it. I've interacted with many of you, both in my travels abroad and in our daily functions. My job now is different, and our job in some ways will be different. In our republic, the voters decide the course of our nation, both domestically and abroad, and they have elected Donald J. Trump as our president when it comes to foreign policy on a very clear mission. And that mission is to ensure that our foreign policy is centered on one thing, and that is the advancement of our national interest, which they have clearly defined through his campaign as anything that makes us stronger or safer or more prosperous. And that will be our mission. That will be our job across the world, is to ensure that we have a foreign policy that advances the national interest of the United States. I expect every nation on earth to advance their national interests. And in those instances, and I hope there will be many, in which our national interest and theirs align, we look forward to working with them. This is in many ways, and again it was referenced by President Trump yesterday in his speech, that he designs, that his overriding goal for global policy is the promotion of peace, the avoidance of conflict. And no agency will be more critical in that regard than this one. In fact, it's its founding principle and purpose. And that's what we endeavor to do, to promote peace around the world, because that's in our national interest. Without peace, it is hard to be a strong nation, a prosperous nation, and one that is better off. But there will also be challenges. We recognize that there will be those times, unfortunately, as humans interact with one another because of our nature. But there will be conflict. We will seek to prevent them and avoid them, but never at the expense of our national security, never at the expense of our national interest, and never at the expense of our core values as a nation and as a people. We are, at the end of the day, a nation founded on a powerful principle. And that powerful principle is that all men are created equal, because our rights come from God, our Creator, not from our laws, not from our governments. And we hope the entire world can one day live under that, and we will always, always be strong defenders of that principle. Never at the expense of our national interest, never at the expense of pragmatic foreign policy, never at the expense of the reality that oftentimes in foreign policy, our choices are not between a bad option and a good option. Sometimes in foreign relations, our options are two bad ones, and we're just trying to figure out which one of them is least bad. And that's unfortunate, but it is true. And that's a tough job. It's our job, and we'll seek to do it right and well. That is the core mission of this agency, and it will be the core mission while Donald Trump is president, and we will be effective on his behalf. I also want this agency to be, and I don't mean, not that it's irrelevant now, but I want it to be where it belongs. I want the Department of State to be at the center of how America engages the world. Not just how we execute on it, but on how we formulate it. Some of the brightest minds in foreign policy reside within this building and within this government. And we need to ensure that we have an environment here that's conducive to creativity, to boldness, to new ideas, to recognizing the dynamic world in which we live, one that is changing faster than it has ever changed before. And we need to be ahead of it. When the time comes for the principals to gather, or even deputies, I want the Department of State to have the best ideas and the best options available for the president. And then I want us to be able to execute them better than any agency in our government. That will also be a task of mine. I have watched from the congressional side from time to time administrations in both parties, in which sometimes the Department of State has been sort of relegated to a secondary role because some other agency can move faster or seems to be bolder or more creative. It's not your fault, but we're going to change that. We want to be at the centerpiece. We want to be at the core of how we formulate foreign policy, because we're going to have the best ideas of any agency, and because we're going to execute it better and faster and more effectively than any other agency in our government. And I know we have the right team to do it. There's no other agency in the world, there's no other agency in our government that I'd rather lead, because of the talent that's collected here in this room and those watching around the world. That will be our mission, and I hope we'll be able to do it together. There will be changes, but the changes are not meant to be destructive. They're not meant to be punitive. They're not out of, the changes will be because we need to be a 21st century agency that can move by a cliche that's used by many at the speed of relevance. But we need to move faster than we ever have, because the world is changing faster than we ever have. And we have to have a view that some say it's called look around the corner, but we really need to be thinking about where were we going to be in 5, 7, 10, or 15 years. Some of the issues that confront humanity today have no precedent. They have no historic precedent. Some of the challenges we face have no historic precedent. We can compare it to another era, to another time, but they're not the same. Things are moving faster than ever. Think about how much the world has changed in the last 5 years. Imagine how much it will change over the next 25 years. And my sincerest hope and my prayer is that we will, as a nation, be able to leave the future generations with a country and a planet safer and better than the one that was left for us. And you will be a big part of achieving that goal. It is an honor to be able to lead this agency. I hope to do it with distinction and with integrity, working harder than anyone ever has at this role. And that will not be easy, because some pretty hardworking people have come before me. But I know that we are up to the task. And I'm glad that I'm in the job, on day one. I was sworn in at about 9:15. I didn't mess up the oath. And we're ready to go to work, and I know you are as well. Thank you. God bless all of you. God bless our country. Thank you.
any type of work whatsoever, just do something to make yourself look busy. I've got this in my ear. That makes me look busy. جاب عصير صاروخ جاب كراتين عصير هاي الشوط والله في الشارع هناك اسمع هذا افضل طريقه والله يا ريت والله يا ريت يقولون فرحت المشكله امبارح بعثوا كانوا يحملوا بليل اخطاء في المنطقه يعني الناس بدك واحد عيب يعني ياخذ واحد من المنطقه انا قلت لهم انا قلت للشباب اللي على الطاوله قلت لهم هذا والله بدهم وقتوا 4 5 والله ما له دخل وقعد ما حدش عندي ولا في حد بعدين ما يجي ولا اسمع ما تنفعش الشعب هذا اقسم بالله يقولوا بس يقولوا خلاص نصل ولا واحد ولا بشيء كله خلاص الاصل تشوفوا في مركز الساعه اسمع الشعب هذا ينفعش
والله
البلد شحن كنت في اليوم بتروح تفضل تركب الحين فيش تمسك زي قبل الشحن فاهم تثبت المعبر اذا انت سويت شحن المعبر انت في طاقتك عشان يفضل الوقت رحت وديت زياده محسوبه يعني كيف بدك تروح تفضل بسرعه وتيجي تفضل بسرعه لان الحين لما يروح يفضل ويرجع على كل روحه وجاي بحسبوا رجال محمد صدقنا انا من الناس اللي انت تقول فيها كلها بس هو ايش بيقول لهم هذا ممنوع توقفوا ممنوع توقفوا ولا هم بيوقفوا تعرف لو انه الشارع لو انه صباح الدين ما حد يقول انه ياكل فيه لانه بيجي بيسرق هذا من اللي بيخليهم يسرقوا من الفهاد والله العظيم الدبابه لو ما جاتش في الدبابه هذه في شيء
بس في الاخر ايش؟ يا حيشرد يا حيتصادر لو بدوش في التصوير خلاص ايمن والله عزيز هذا مدى طب هذا اللي مع بكتر ليه ما جبت الصبح هذا دكان وضعي وقت زي الخشيب ده ناس كويس واصلين عندهم
جيب يلا يلا يلا